go. Good morning, everybody. Hope you're doing okay. Miss you, brother. Just sitting here drinking a coffee. That's cool to hear. Ah, crap. Good morning. Hey, Tara. How you doing? Brenda, hi Brenda, how you doing? So, fingers crossed, we have a good stream. Me and Fry spent a long time last night diagnosing a lot of things. We swapped out computers because of the fact that I think the video card on the old computer couldn't handle when the stream would glitch. It would just take it out. So we upgraded computers with a better video card, better computer all around. We did a whole bunch of testing. We are going to go up to Michigan, Wisconsin, and we are doing asphalt. No more millings. So we're taking the equipment up to Michigan real quick, and then yeah, we're gonna run up there and we're gonna let them do the prep work, and then we're gonna go up to Green Bay and get some asphalt. So that's what we're doing today. Well, that's cool. So fingers crossed that we get this, that we got this all nailed down. We think we've got what was happening was when the stream was getting glitchy in bad areas, it was putting a lot of extra load on the video card. And I think that's what was crashing the computer yesterday. So, I mean, we've got this bonded connection. We think we've got the internet side of it hooked up. Now, hopefully, with the better computer, the better video card, so on and so forth, it'll handle that. So, again, we're just testing, but we're hoping we're really close to having a stable stream that'll stay up for the entire day. Good morning. Dan Chill, I think that's what it says. Yeah, unfortunately I don't have my text-to-speech working. I won't have that working till probably next week. I bought some adapters to try to make that work. Yep, fingers crossed. Hey Fry, I'm using the DJI wireless mic. I can tell that my background's a little louder. I'll have to figure out how to, if I can filter that or put a setting in there to turn it down a little, to quiet the mic down a little. But I mean, how's the audio level otherwise? Do you still have the wee like Extreme Yard, you and Wizzy at it for boosting your signal? I do. I had to buy some adapters for that. So I've got adapters coming in the mail, so I'll have the Wii Boost. Wizzy never really used I don't think he ever used a Wii Boost. He had one of those IRL backpacks with multiple cell phones, which is kind of what I got going on now, in a sense. I could throw it all in a backpack and it'd be kind of the same thing, but no. But yeah, no, I bought adapters for that too. But we're going to be staying pretty much in fairly major cities, so we should be pretty good. Me and Fry were testing this out where I had like no signal and I was just shaking my phone around, nearly made him nauseous with the video just to get it to pixelize and do a whole bunch of stupid stuff. And the stream stayed up, the computer didn't crash, so that pretty much simulated, as bad, it was a really bad connection because at my house T-Mobile is nothing, and it got really bad and it just was working. He had a CB antenna. I don't really remember running a Wii Boost. We talked about it. Maybe he did towards the very end. I know we talked about it a few times. I mean, that was 3 years ago. I'll be honest. I don't remember. I don't remember if he had one. I know he had an IRL backpack, and I was jealous of that. His big problem was he was running the same phone carrier. So when you have one of those IRL backpacks, normally you want to have a phone, a SIM card from each internet provider, kind of like I do right now, T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon. And he had just Verizon cards in all of his modems. So it's like if he lost Verizon, he was just done. So that was his biggest problem from the get-go. The truck sound is good? Okay. I was just asking because I could see that it's kind of a high level, so I didn't know how bad or how much truck sound was coming in. Yeah, so I'll be excited to get this TTS working. It works if I use my glasses as a microphone. I can hear the TTS over the earphones for the glasses. The downside is that the glasses are a little on the quiet side for me to hear it. So it's like it's okay. But it's not great. Well, we hit our first buffer and we still survived. So that's a good thing. I think we're still live. There we had a little bit of pixelation. Yes, still live. Okay. Yeah, my little monitor thingy, I'm watching OBS right now and it's got a little stats thing. And it was telling me there was 0 viewers and I was like, well, that changed quick. Yeah, we also worked, me and Fryer worked really hard on getting the latency down So it's only about a 7-second delay versus almost 20 seconds before. So our goal for today is to stay live all day. is not to crash and just keep the live going. Yeah, I decided, now that we've been doing more work in a city where it's going to be a little bit easier to keep the stream going, I decided that it was a time to actually get back to streaming. The problem was before we were doing so many jobs out in the middle of nowhere that it was nearly impossible to keep a stream going. So, if you can't keep a stream going, nobody wants to watch, Here we're hitting a little buffer again. And this is going to be the real test, is that's when this thing would crash, when we were hitting these little buffer zones. Well, that's cool, Leroy. There we go, we're back out of the buffer zone a little bit. I didn't see Sweets come through. There's Glory B. Hi, Glory B. Great to see everybody. We made it through the buffer zone and we didn't crash, so that's an improvement. We're going to go thumbs up on that one. Pretty happy about that. Let's put you in for a little treat here. We got this option here. Hi guys. There's Kimberly Sweet. Yeah, I've always said, and I've said that, it's nice to have this picture-in-picture so that you can see what's kind of going on with me, because, just having a voice talking in the background isn't as good, in my opinion. It's nice to see my mannerisms and my expressions and, everything. not a good road. Yeah, it'll be nice once I get the talk-to-speech working. It's kind of funny, I've actually got Trump's voice, so we'll be listening to Trump whenever you guys talk. And then I also have, as an added little bonus, I've got a pair of AI glasses that are coming that are going to allow me to stream video from my face. So basically I'll have glasses on. You guys will be able to see my point of view. So that'll be pretty cool. I'm hoping they show up pretty soon. They're in Illinois right now. Nope, I'm not in California. Definitely in Wisconsin. So yeah, we're trying to get this stream stable, and then we're gonna look at possibly streaming to Twitch and Kick and a couple of other options once we get this all stabilized and it wants to stay up and it doesn't crash. Then we're gonna have the ability where, like I said, I'll be able to stream a POV from my glasses, and yeah. Some cool stuff coming along. Yeah. Yeah, I bought these AI glasses. I don't know if you guys can see them sitting here on my chest. And they're not bad. They've got a pretty good microphone. They worked really good for that. But the being able to live stream from them didn't really work. I was hoping that they would unlock that feature, but they didn't. So I ended up finding a different brand that is from Metra, which actually are designed to actually live stream. So like I said, those should be here, I'm assuming fairly soon, because they're in Illinois. Good morning. Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat. Okay, so what are we doing here? He doesn't want anything on the concrete. I'm gonna flip around. Looks like we're the second people here. The rest of the workers aren't here, so yeah. I like the technology, you know. I just, you know, I figured it'd be, I saw them, they were like $350, and I was just like, you know, that'd be something unique. You know, I've never seen anybody streaming, you know, POV without you wearing like a GoPro on their chest or something. And so yeah. Yeah, Fry's been very instrumental on helping me get all this going. You know, we've been doing a lot of testing, and he's been kind of watching the stream and making sure everything's working for me. So definitely appreciate his help. Alright, I gotta jump out of here real quick and go and disconnect all the equipment. So I will leave you guys in the truck real quick, and I'll be right back. We'll put you on the internal microphone real quick. All right, be right back. flipping cold today. Alright, not quite done. Be back. It is cold today. Holy crap. Alright, let's get you back on the internal microphone. Come on. There we go. Alright, you guys should be back on the internal microphone. Hey, Mater. Let's see. What do we got here? Super Salty. Hey, Super Salty. Kick us in the ass. Get right back up next round. What's up, guys? Mater. Hey, how you guys doing? Move so you guys can get a little better view of what's going on. Now we got the trailer and the equipment disconnected. Should be able to flip around. Oh. Yeah, I don't know what 43 according to the truck is what the temperature is this morning. So she's a little on the cold side. I should have put my jacket on, but you know, I'm from Wisconsin. We're built for this cold weather. Oh, but I have to admit, it's cold. 40 with no jacket. Just got my nose running and everything. What's up? Troy. Hey, Troy. Yeah, I gotta get time to work on the mud truck. It's not broken, it just needs maintenance, and if I run it the way it is, it's gonna be broken. So I just need some free time. Need a little free time to get that mud truck going, and then yeah, I did promise to take you guys to a mudding event, and I haven't done it yet. Hey Ray, how you doing? I'll turn the screen a little bit so you guys can kind of see what's going on over there. I'm gonna keep an eye on it. I forgot my other mount too. Hopefully it doesn't get too pissy. I bought a mount that actually has got a fan and cools the phone off so it won't overheat. But I forgot to grab it this morning in the rush to get out the door. Oh. So it looks like we're just doing this little section here. So that shouldn't be too bad. You know, the funny thing is, Troy, because the city was being such cocks about me having an unregistered vehicle, even though it's not a street legal vehicle, I had to title it and put plates on it. So technically it's plated. I mean, if a cop took too good of a look at it, he'd probably get pissed, but I mean, technically it's legal. Yeah, I've done that too. But I actually bought a phone mount that's got a Pentar, which Pentars, when you apply electricity to them, one side gets hot, one side gets cold. The cold side faces the phone and it cools the phone off, and then there's little fans on the back side, And being that I use external microphones, it doesn't matter, but the fan doesn't really make any noise anyways. And it's active cooling. Am I talking too loud for you guys? Am I like blowing your eardrums out? Do I need to talk a little quieter? Yeah, down south, I wish I could get away with the stuff that you guys get away with down south. Let's zoom that in just a little bit. Sounds good. Okay. I'm just watching some of the meters, and they're pegging, so I didn't know if I was distorted because I was cranking out too much audio. We're still in the testing phase. You guys are my beta testers. I put a set of 42.5 inch boggers on my Jeep. Changed. It looks drastically. Yeah, I've got 44s on my monster truck. Go. .40-inch Toyo racing tires on an H1. All right. Well, we're done watching this stuff. We got to run up to the plant real quick. So I'm going to put you guys in the normal view. Let's see. Navigation. That's where we're going. So we got a 33-minute drive up to the plant. So let's go. Trophy trucks. Oh, that's cool. All right. definitely going to be nice once I get TTS going. Not having to read the chat. Brightness is all the way up. Kind of dim on me. Do you know what a Hummer with a Cummins power plant is called? A Cummer? I bet you it's a Cummer. LOL, I must have got it right. Yeah, I want to get some toys like that myself. Tired. Too many late nights sitting here making sure the stream works. Every single night I've been up late after work trying to fix things and make it better and make things work. I haven't been catching up on my sleep. Can't wait till this weekend where I can actually take a break and relax. So, for anybody that's interested, what we're using right now is we've got a program on iPhone called Moblin that has a bonded data option, where what it lets me do is I've got a Verizon hotspot. I have an AT&T phone that has an app on it that lets it link to my Apple phone that has Moblin on it, and then I've got the cell data. Good morning. Hala. Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat. So I've got 3 cellular connections. One's on T-Mobile, one's on AT&T, and one's on Verizon. Then they're all bonded together and they're going through a server called BellaBox Cloud, that recombines all the data into one stream, which then is streaming to my computer at home, which is running OBS, and then out to YouTube for you guys to watch. And then I've got a 11-inch tablet so I can kind of monitor what's going on. And that's the setup we have. So So that's how I'm coming live to you right now. It's been a lot of work. We were using an Alienware Alpha R1 computer, which would work, but when the stream would buffer because we were going through a bad area like we are now, hopefully the audio stayed up, it would overload the video encoder and it would crash OBS. So yeah, I can see we buffer, or we didn't buffer, but we got a little grainy. Yeah, I'll have to look into it. Usually my mods are in here, so they'll just approve the messages. Yeah, I wish Super Salty that would work for me, but being that I end up in a lot of really sketchy data areas, that would just drop the stream. I've been down that road. I'd have to restart the stream constantly because I'm literally in the middle of nowhere. I'm constantly switching towers. 1 minute it's using T-Mobile, 1 minute it's on Verizon, 1 minute it's on AT&T. It's constantly switching towers and carriers just to keep the stream going. So unfortunately, just a one phone solution with one data plan doesn't work. Wisconsin just doesn't have that kind of coverage to where that's just gonna be feasible for me. So yeah, it's a lot of technical work, a lot of extra bullshit to stream, but I made a conscious decision that I want to start streaming again. And I wasn't going to let the limitations of technology keep me from doing it. So here we are, $1 million later. I can't even tell you. The router, the Wi-Fi hotspot was $300. The external antenna was another like $20. The stuff for the Wii Boost, I already own the Wii Boost, but the cable I needed, another $20. The 3 different cell plans, well, technically 4 with the tablet. You guys can only imagine how much this is all adding up to. But it's working. That's the key. It may get a little stupid between, towers and switching, but it's working. Hi, Jackie. I'm going to definitely try. If I can keep the stream live, I'll be very happy. That's my goal today, is not to have the stream drop out too bad. A little bit of pixelation, a little bit of graininess going through dead zones. I can live with that. All right, catch you later, Troy. Thanks for stopping in. Check back later. Hopefully we'll still be here. You know, my gut's telling me we will be, because if it was going to crash because of the reason it did before, I think it would have already done that. So I think upgrading the OBS computer definitely was the right answer. And now we're back on the freeway, so we should have pretty decent cell service. Oh boy. Yeah, looking at these UV meters, it sounds like the truck's like super loud, because when I'm not talking, I can see that the meter is right there. I'll have to double check on this DJI mic to see if there's a level gain, or not so much a level gain, but background noise rejection or something, where it won't pick up the noise of the truck quite as much. Drove by my house and saw the truck. Really? Over by Road America. Well, the monster truck's parked out at my shop in Howard's Grove, so, and I don't keep that at my house. I mean, my dually's at my house. Looking for my glasses. I was like, where the heck did those go? Yeah, Road America isn't too far from my house. I've only actually been to Road America once. When I was part of the Hog chapter, they had this come ride on the racetrack. I was all excited about it. I was like, oh, this will be cool. But then whoever was leading us, I don't know what they were thinking. I had a better time and better experience on, there's the State Boys. What was I saying? So yeah, the roads getting to Road America, we got to get more curvy and had a lot more fun than actually on the racetrack, because they had us going so slow, I couldn't even lean the bike at all. I'm like, well, what the heck was this? Oh, my dually. Okay. So he came past my house and he didn't even bother to stop and say hi. Well, what the heck's up with that? So yeah, that wasn't a very fun experience. And I just, yeah, I've never been back out there for a race. Oddly enough, when I put the glasses back on, even though this is the microphone, I started getting TTS through the glasses, so not exactly sure how that ended up working. Because last I knew, it's still on the, it's still on this microphone on my chest. So I might, seeing I'm going to have a little bit of time over at the plant, because they don't want me to load right away, maybe I'll sit here and I'll screw around with this Bluetooth setup I have in the truck, see if I can get TTS to work over the car stereo, because that's the ultimate goal, is to have the TTS working over the car stereo. That way you guys can hear yourself type. Because we know how exciting that's going to be. F this, F that, you know, blah, blah, blah. I can only imagine the stuff you guys are going to come up with. Yeah, ultimately we don't really want to, even though you guys are pretty much in my line of sight. Yeah, I heard you, Fry. You know, ultimately, even though you guys are in my eye line, you know, we don't want me to have to take my eyes off the road, obviously. So that's the goal. But it's getting there. Hey Fry, do you plan on being here for a while? Okay, I'm gonna stop monitoring OBS. I don't think OBS is gonna crash, but we'll see. And I don't get any notification if it does. But I'm gonna switch over to, on my big screen, to the chat so I can see it better. Because while it's visible on the phone that I'm streaming from, the screen's a little dim. It's not as bright. So I definitely can't see it as well. So I'm gonna switch over here when the chat decides it wants to load up. Turn this down just to here. There it goes. Pop out chats. There we go. There we go. Now I can see the chat very clearly. I've got an 11-inch tablet with black on white, black lettering on white background. I can just glance over and I can easily see the chat. Much better. So yeah, no. The idea was that if for any reason the stream actually ends, I guess just send me a text and let me know. because I won't know. Because on my end, everything sits here and always looks like it's still connected. Lot of work. Long days. $10,400, yes. And TTS is working on the glasses, so we will definitely play around with the car stereo when we get to the plant, because we're gonna have a little bit of downtime waiting for the call, and hopefully TTS works, which would be freaking awesome, except for the fact that I just bought a whole bunch of adapters to make this work. If I end up finding out that this ends up working and all I had to do was start using my external mic, that's $50 of adapters for an obsolete phone. I guess I could return them. So I guess it's not the end of the world, it's just extra BS. So how's everybody's day going? We need some conversation starters, topics, things to talk about. It is great that so many people showed up this morning. You know, hopefully we get a lot more people at once things start stabilizing and the stream is more consistent. You know, hopefully we're going to get a lot more of the old crew. We had Shorty in here from the 1776 movement. She was in here a couple of days ago, last week, and hopefully we'll start getting, you know, Glory B was in here obviously today. You know, hopefully we'll get some more people in here, and that'll be cool to kind of catch up with some of the people that have a little bit lost connection with. Definitely be nice to reconnect, say hi, see how they're doing. I love people that don't use cruise control. So this truck here, I bet you I'm going to go behind him and he's just going to slow down on me because he's not running cruise control. Best invention ever. I use it all the time. As much as I possibly can, I use the cruise control. Yep. It's funny to hear Trump in my ear sitting here and reading your guys' messages. So yeah, I've got high hopes that that this TTS might actually work. Don't ask me how it's working, because it always seems like whatever source I pick for the microphone is what ends up being the source for the audio for TTS also. So this is definitely a weird situation where it's decided it's going to use this mic, but it's using these speakers. So it'll definitely be cool. I'm excited to try it once we get to the plant in about 9 minutes. gotta sit here and I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do for lunch today. Might not be a bad idea to go grab some food right now. Just trying to think what's open. I really don't want to do McDonald's. Being that's 9. A&W's closed. They don't open till like 11. Probably just gonna have to do a sausage egg and biscuit or whatever, or muffin, whatever. So that's probably what we're just gonna have to do. Put a little food in my belly. Yeah, McDonald's, Culver's. We got got a Quick Trip. Get a couple of hot dogs. Yeah, I think we're gonna swing off on this exit. We're gonna get me some, we're gonna fill the tank. We're gonna get me a little bit of breakfast. McDonald's, in my opinion, is junk. I mean, it's... You know, in this day and age, I'd rather go to a restaurant and get food for the price. I mean, it looks like Culver's is open. I suppose I could have done Culver's. I just don't know if I feel like a burger. Sure, what the hell? We're gonna get a burger. We'll see if this is a Culver's. I can drive the truck through the drive-thru. That's always fun. We're just gonna take the dump truck through the drive-thru. I've done that. It all depends on if they've got an... Okay. Hi, Cobeans. Hey, I appreciate the... Yeah, definitely got to figure out how to block the they don't open till 10. Shit. It's 9:30. Wow, that goes that hope. I could have done this one too. Even though they got this little awning here, I could have just sat here and went like this and just parked next to it and ordered my food. And then I'll have a little awning here, and I could have easily sat here and just propped out a little bit like this, jumped out of the truck. So yeah, could have definitely done the Culver's. That wouldn't have been too hard. That sucks. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely have to go through and see if I can block Nightbot from my TTS. I don't need to listen to its message. But I did increase the time on it so it doesn't go off as randomly. I can't wait till my boss buys me a new truck. He really wants to have a third truck, and he's talking about getting me a new one, and it's going to be an automatic, not an automated, an automatic. There's a difference. In big trucks, you can have what's called an automated transmission, which is basically a manual transmission that the computer just controls the clutch and good morning, peace, love, and sunshine. Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat. Good to see you. It's been a hot minute. So as I was saying, the automated transmission is basically just at its core, it's a manual transmission with a manual style clutch, but the computer controls all of it. And for over the road, it works. I mean, it works okay. Because you're not doing a lot of fine movements. You know, usually you're getting up to speed and you're going. Really backing up at a dock is about the biggest low speed maneuver you have. But they can get a little irky jerky, and my buddy Gary, which I'm pretty sure Fry can drop the link for him. If you guys aren't subscribed to him, you guys can check him out. He's got an automated transmission in his, and his gets a little finicky when it's cold. It'll actually grind gears and do a whole bunch of other stuff. But then they have actually automatic transmissions, which are just bigger versions Okay, we are back. Yay! I think I'm back. Looks like I'm back here. Middle rate's not the happiest. Middle rate's going up. Alright, looks like we're back. I guess say something in chat real quick, make sure that I know that we're back and we're good. Double check that which microphone we're on. Oh, we're on. Yep, back. Cool beans. Yeah, it got a little hot in the cab and I didn't bring the mount. I purposely bought a mount to keep the phone from overheating, and it's the one thing I forgot to bring. So I apologize. I'm gonna run in, grab a couple hot dogs, and I'll be right back. I'll let you guys just kind of listen to ambient noise, I guess. I don't know. So we'll turn on the microphone, I guess. Yeah. And then, yeah, I'll be right back. So turn this off. All right. Yeah, I love this. I've got this little puck. So normally these have a little magnetic, a little magnet that goes on the back. And you take the magnet off, you stick it in your shirt, and then you clip it on. But I ended up finding these that were for another device, and it ends up being like a necklace, and I can just clip it right to it. So I can stick this in my shirt and I can just go like that, and I don't have to worry about that little magnet falling off, and I can pull it on, pull it off. So that's pretty cool. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a couple hot dogs and we'll be going. So we are back. Hey Brett, welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat. So they didn't have any hot dogs. I'm very disappointed by that. So I had to go with garlic parmesan boneless nuggets, I guess. So it is what it is. I mean, I guess it's better than nothing. I'm gonna take off the glasses. Hey Tara. I'm gonna test out, seeing how we're just sitting here anyways. We're gonna decides it's gonna do TTS.
At Brett Boyle says,
yeah.
Like, subscribe, share.
There it went.
Connected.
Somebody type something in the chat. I just heard it. I don't know if it was through the phone or through the car stereo. I got it cranked right now. Something. Ha! Come on. Come on. I just heard it. Let me switch back to the DJI microphone. Maybe that's what it needs. All right, let's go. Switch back to that. I could have swore I heard it for a second. Lots of static. Let's try that. Audio bad, static. Yeah. Yeah, no TTS though. That's weird. Good now. You guys can't even, oh, I guess you can hear me, but as soon as I start up the truck, the microphone's on the USB device, which is up on the dash. I mean, it's going to be, as soon as I kick that on, it'll be loud as hell. I don't know why there's so much static though. Oh, technical difficulties. That appears to be all hooked up right. Yeah, I'm not getting any TTS though. It's weird. Volume's on, jack's plugged in, cord link. And it's weird. Transmitter settings, brightness, cord, transmitter gain. Let me switch over to the other mic real quick. See if it's just this mic's not being happy. Because I guarantee this is not a solution using the USB, but it's really weird. Like I said, it's really weird that we're not getting any TTS right now. I really would think it'd be running, especially seeing how it was going through the glasses. Too much crap. Too much stuff. There it is. That's why I couldn't find it. It wasn't where I thought it was. Let's see. Let's switch this mic. This mic. No, it's about the same. Looks to be about the same. Because here, we'll start up the truck and I just see audio. Is that actually working? That is literally a microphone. That is literally a microphone on a USB stick up by the steering wheel. And I don't see a lot of truck noise. But you guys can hear me okay right now? And you guys don't hear the truck? The truck's not overly too loud? Because if that works, man, that's different. I could live with this solution. It's crazy. I mean, I'll be straight with you guys. I mean, that's the microphone you guys are connected to right now. Is this USB thing with a little bit of a microphone built into it? That's how you guys. It's not the best mic. Okay. So we will switch back to. So this is back using the DJI. So then the question is this better than that? That's the real question.
Turn right, then take the first left.
Oh, well that's part of why TTS isn't working. This phone has taken over the Bluetooth.
Disconnected.
Okay. Everybody's got opinion. That's weird. Okay. Let me see what's going on here.
Disconnected.
Okay. Still no TTS. That one for a second. Okay. So we got TTS working in the truck. Now let's see if we switch to the DJI mic if it still works.
At Brett Boyle says, Fry gonna send you a boom mic, Eric.
We got TTS working!
Eric says, test.
Holy crap! It actually works! It's freaking awesome! So the question is, can you guys hear the TTS?
Fry says, 16 by 9 video with lots of bridges made of glowing crystals that the camera goes under and the video is highly saturated, vivid black light style.
So I can hear it in the truck, which is great. That's awesome. And it's on.
Brett Boyle says, yes, can hear it.
Awesome. Well, damn it. Now I bought all those adapters for nothing. Well, that's cool. Well, now you guys get to have fun with TTS. Unfortunately, that's as loud as I can make it.
Fry says, yes.
Now, does it come across clearly, or is it kind of...
Liquid says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content, thank you. At TerraCluck 8589 says, yes,
That's nice.
At Brett Boyle says, some feedback static.
Yeah, not much I can do about it right now, Brett. I mean, I'll have to... I've got some options where...
Guy says, now I can say this is bullshit LOL.
Yeah. I've got some options where when I probably will still use the adapters, because right now I'm going over an audio cable.
At Shelly just says, sounds like you're yelling to me TBH, but I'm just telling you what I hear. The truck is very loud.
Yeah, no, I know. We're definitely trying. I mean, I guess we can be on the U green for right now, as long as you guys can hear me, and it's not too bad. I can switch over to that for a bit. We can figure out the DJI later. I mean, whatever, you know, Chad always wins, you know. Now the question is, are you guys going to be able to hear TTS properly with this? Yeah, you know, the idea of the TTS is either, yeah, yeah, but the other might be better, even with the static. So we'll switch
The
to that.
DJI is the best so far.
So we're back to the DJI. If I would have brought my other headset, I could have switched to that. The key is that right now, if I put the glasses on, which have a microphone and headphones, then only I can hear the TTS, but it's a little bit on the quiet side. If I put my trucker headset on, which I didn't bring with me today, it'd be the same thing. I can only hear it. So really, I've only got two mic options, which is either the DJI, which lets the audio from TTS still go over the stereo, or the actual USB microphone. Otherwise,
Says, now we can hear the TTS again.
oh, you guys couldn't hear the TTS on the USB one, I guess? Gotcha. Yeah, I know there's some settings for the microphone I could probably fine tune. And then also, we are going through an actual audio cable instead of keeping everything digital. But when those adapters show up, I should be able to do a digital connection, which then should clean up the audio. So some of the static is probably just line level static from it being converted from digital to audio back to digital. So we're just testing. I mean, it is what it is. Every day the stream's going to get better. You know, well, every day a new shipment comes in to fix the stream, it'll get better. So,
Brett Boyle says, LIKE.
yeah. wish I could boost it a little bit louder though. That's all the way up.
Ad Shelley just says, here is how he'll explain it. The USB hides the truck noise better, but voice quality worse. This one louder truck but better voice. Pick your poison, LOL.
Yeah, I'm gonna, if we've got enough time when we get to the plant, I'm gonna go on DJI's website because I could have swore there was some settings to lessen the sensitivity of this microphone, but I haven't used this thing since 2022, so it could be that the mic gain is just way too hot, and
Red Oil says, like, subscribe, share.
and I just need to fine tune the actual microphone settings, but unfortunately, you know, I need to stop to do that. So for right now, we'll pick this one as poison, and then when I get to the plant, I'll sit here and I'll do a little research real quick, and we'll see. Fry, this is the DJI one with the case. There appears to be a QR code. I'm not sure if you can take a screenshot of that and pull that up. Maybe you can find something. I don't know. I can't read the model right now while I'm driving. But we're like 2 minutes away from the plant, so then hopefully I can futz with it a little bit. Because I'm pretty sure there's some, this is a pretty high-end mic. There should be some feature I should be able to adjust. I can also put the windsock on there and see if the windsock knocks some of the treble down a little bit. We will figure it out.
Fry says, the DJI mic is just a bit hot, but it's good.
Yeah. Well, I can definitely turn down the audio on the gain. The gain's not a problem. That's easy to turn down. If it's just a little hot, I can fix that. That's one of the easier things to fix. Let me just get over here, pull over real quick, and I'll adjust that. So we're to our destination.
Fry says, yes, just turn it down just a bit.
Alright, we can do that. We can definitely turn down the mic. Yeah, that was the question I had for you Friday yesterday, because remember I was sitting here saying last night that looking at the audio spectrum meter, it looked a little hot. So leave the truck running for a minute. We'll get over here to the transmitter and we will turn this mic down just a little bit. Transmitter gain. Okay, we will. Let's see. So that's -4. How's that sounding? That's -4 on the microphone. Audio 1 2, testing the audio 1 2.
Fry says, yes, the mic is clipping, but not bad.
I'm still clipping at -4. So should I turn it down to like -6 maybe? Talk more. I don't know what to talk about. Talk about audio, video, radio, or video killed the radio star.
That's better.
That's better. Okay. So no, that's not better.
-4 is good.
-4 is good. Okay. Let's see.
At Shelly just says, sounds good now to me.
That's good. That is good. I'm gonna.
Fry says, not clipping now.
Good. That's good. So, see, just a little fine tuning. Okay, we're gonna put the little windsock on. Put that on. There we go. And we are good. Everybody's happy. Audio's good. Everybody's happy, and then now we'll turn the truck off. Turn the radio back on, and TTS still should be working. Hopefully, I'm freezing my butt off. I'm having to run the AC just to keep the phone cool. So I'm gonna have to. Definitely have to remember to bring that mount tomorrow with the active cooling. It'll definitely be nice to have that, because then I can run the heat. I can have some heat. I won't be freezing my butt off. Let's see. Let's see if I can find Nightbot and block it from the, there it is, Nightbot. I can ban it. That probably bans it from the channel. And time it out. That's probably moderation. I'd probably be timing it out. No, that's probably not going to do what I want to accomplish. Let's see, chat. Text to speech filters. Filters, baby. Ah! I can filter a name. Let's see. So I got to figure out what the spelling of Nightbot is again. Let's see. So, here's Nightbot. It's all lowercase, just Nightbot. Okay. So let's see if I can filter out Nightbot. So chat. Filters by username.
Red Boyle says, testy testes.
Yeah. Okay, I gotta figure out how to add it. Filter. Let's see, let's go back to chat. Testes. Yeah. Well, it's all part of the process. Maybe. This condition is true. I can't figure out how to get the stupid username to add. Unfortunately. Oh. Delete the message. I just probably a little worried that it's going to delete it from me. Okay, so it's still in the chat. Don't everybody talk at once. So I deleted the message on here, and now I can't see it anymore. So we'll have to see if Nightbot comes up again. It's only set to come up every like hour or 30 minutes or something. So it is what it is. Well, I'm glad that we're getting these things working. Oh, we lost. Did we lose TTS? We lost TTS. What happened? Oh, no. What happened to my TTS? Let me go in here. Chat's enabled. Text to speech filters. Let me delete these filters because they might be blocking people. Chat in the background. From my understanding, I remember he had really good sound while in the truck. You ever talk to him? I don't talk to Trucker G very often. I heard he's not, he sold his truck. So I heard he's not doing the trucking thing anymore. Did I just break TTS? I hope I didn't break it. I was actually enjoying it.
Eric says,
Oh, no,
test.
it's working. I didn't break it yet. Maybe because I was in the menus screwing around, it didn't work for a little bit. So with the mic at the mic gain that we're at now, can you guys still hear TTS when it comes across? Or is it kind of dunzo?
Fry says, it's back.
Okay, so TTS is back. You guys can hear it. Well, that's good. Oh, tired. I just want to go to bed.
At Shelly Jism says, I don't.
You don't? Okay. Oh, tired. Yeah, you might think this is funny, Fry, but we're 90% on the cellular, which is T-Mobile, up in Green Bay. 3% on the Wi-Fi and 7 or 8% on the AT&T. So it's just weird. It's like depends on where you are. So that tower in front of us must be like a T-Mobile tower. That's the only thing I can think of.
At Shelly Jism says, I heard that. So, it's back. Fry says, can you unplug the charger just for a test?
What am I testing? See if the buzz goes away or something? There, the charger's unplugged. And yeah, I do see a reduction. I see a reduction in the thing. Let me unplug the charger from the transmitter too. That doesn't seem like that did anything. So yeah, charging the phone seems to introduce noise. Well, we're good now. We've got 94% battery.
Fry says, yes.
So charging the phone through
At Shelly Jism says,
adapter.
way better.
Yeah.
At Brett Boyle says, wow, so much better at sound quality.
Yeah. So the audio adapter, because like I said, so we're going from a digital source over an analog cable. Normally there's an adapter that goes here that would keep it all digital, but because I'm going through that audio cable and then that's taking the charge, that's probably introducing some static. So yeah, well, when we get the new adapter,
At Shelly Jism says, sounds really good now, amazing what a difference that made.
Yeah, hopefully
Fry says, you need a ground loop isolator.
Yeah. I wonder. I'm going to test something real quick. I'm going to plug into one of my battery backups. And I'm going to see if it's just the dirty power coming from the truck. if all of a sudden, if charging...
It's just a ground loop. I use them all the time.
Okay. So you get the ground loop isolator. So are you talking about one of those like a ring that you put around the cord or whatnot? Is that what we're talking about?
You just need a ground.
Okay, I'm going to plug this back in on the battery pack. The audio still seems pretty quiet. So I'm wondering if it's the charging brick that I'm using. I don't think the audio changed anymore. We're charging off of the battery pack instead, so it might just be a noisy yeah, so no difference.
Fry says, no.
So running the phone off the battery pack works. Let me try plugging into this other charger. We'll see if maybe it's just a bad charger. Oh, I can see it there. Well,
I will send you a link to the ones I use. Shelly Jism says, still very good with the power pack.
Yeah, so we can just run off the power pack. That's fine by me. We can keep the phone running off the power pack, and then I can just put the power pack on the charger and screw it. See, you guys are great tech supports.
Fry says, it's a ground loop.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, that's fine. I can make this happen. That's definitely a like I said, just running it off the battery bank is a good option. That's a 10,000 milliamp battery bank, so I mean it'll run the stream all day. That's not a problem in the world. I can definitely do that. So we can do that. I know my shit. Yeah.
Fry says, I know my shit.
All right. Yeah, no, the background noise is a lot quieter. I could physically see it when I plugged it in. I could see the noise gate jump. So thank you, Fry. Thank you, Fry. I appreciate it. Anything to make the stream better.
I know the sound of a ground loop.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because you futz around with a lot of the audio stuff with physical cables. So, yeah. Hopefully, like I said, yeah, send me a link to the ground loop if I need it. I can set that up. I'm not sure exactly how this is all gonna. I gotta start the truck, turn the AC on the dash, because the damn phone's about to cry. Yeah, I know. Every time I start the truck, see if the TTS reconnects.
At Shelly
There we
Jism
go.
says, my only expertise is my ears. My tech support is lacking. LOL.
Yeah.
Eric says, test. At Boyd Ziegler 6922 says, Rue hourly or by ton?
Well, I work for an asphalt company, so I get paid by the day.
At Nightwood says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
Yeah. So I get paid by the day.
Process, dynamic fast motion, cinematic lighting, glowing fractal reflections.
Yeah. So, like I was saying, I get paid by the day, and it works out pretty good. You know, there are days, if I work an 8-hour day, he just pays me by the day. If I work a 10-hour day, he kicks me a little bit extra money.
Sounds good.
At the end of the day. And then if I end up working a shorter day, like yesterday, I was home by 1 o'clock at my house, so I was pretty much done by work by noon. I still got paid for a full day, so it's a pretty fair scale, I guess. I'm glad TTS is working. I'm glad the battery is taking care of the ground loop noise. I'm glad that the stream is staying up, you know, even though the phone overheated on me once. But I have a fix for that. I just forgot to bring it. I thought to put it in the bag, and I didn't. So that's on me. So now I get to freeze my ass off because of it, so that the phone doesn't overheat. That's my punishment. That's my punishment. Is that I sat here and I didn't bring that mount. Had the forethought to buy it and have it, but didn't have the forethought to bring it today. It is what it is. We got TTS working on the stream, which is awesome. Really happy about that. So that's great news too. I don't really want to futz around with the other glasses anymore, so got to put these away. Because as soon as I turn these on, it'll probably piss everything off and break it all. There we go. So now we got some normal glasses. Gotta remember if I've got a battery indicator. Yeah, there we go. Now I just gotta remember to change out the battery or change out the microphone for when the battery dies. That's the only problem I ever had with these DJIs, was when I was live streaming for too long, the damn battery would die and then I wouldn't know and the microphone was just gone. And it's not a big deal because I've got a second one. I can just grab the other one and switch them. But when you don't know that it happened, you know, that's when it's a little bit more problematic. Let's turn this AC down a little bit and hope it's cool enough that the phone's happy. But tomorrow we'll have the cooling pad for the actual phone, so that won't be a problem. Wow, I am really surprised I haven't got a message to get loaded yet. It's already 10:35. Hurry up and wait. Get the equipment there and then wait. So what do we got? 15 likes. You know, I had to like my own stuff. 15 likes. Let's see what we got here. Once I stop being stressed, I'm going to get rid of these. I'm going to stop smoking. 23 likes. There we go. And we got 16 people watching. Awesome. And we have a stable stream, and other than the phone overheating, we haven't had any real issues, and we got TTS working. Today's been a productive day. I'm pretty happy about that. I'm actually debating. I found this. All right. So here's the cool thing about this app on this phone is that if I connect, let's say like a Wi-Fi security camera, I can actually connect that through this app and use that as a video source. What I've seen is a backup camera. It's got some really strong magnets that I could potentially put on the back of the dump truck. So hypothetically, when all the action's going on behind me, like they're paving and doing all that, I could switch to that camera and you guys could see the actual dump truck dumping the load into the paver and see what's going on behind me instead of just viewing out the front window. So I'm debating on whether or not to pick that up. I'm a little leery about doing it because I'd probably have to attach it to the tailgate, and I'm worried that that when the tailgate slams, that might be enough to knock it off. So I'm not 100% sure, because that would fall into the asphalt and get destroyed, and yeah. But we'll see. Otherwise, I could hook up one of my GoPros, which then, maybe I could. The problem is the box lifts.
Fry says, that would be cool.
Yeah. The problem is that the box lifts, so if I set the GoPro at an angle where you can see what's going on behind me with the box down.
Boyd Ziegler 6922 says, I'm on load number 13 of 3 and get her done.
Yeah. So I take it you run tonnage? And then you said you were at you went to Road America. Are you from Wisconsin? Are you here, Boyd? So like I was saying, so if I set the camera to be visible level, it'd start pointing at the ground when I lift the box, which might be okay because as soon as I level the box back down, then you'd be able to see what's going on behind me. And I could just stick a GoPro off the side of the box, which then wouldn't be as violent as the tailgate. And then I'm kind of wondering if I know a Boyd. I'm wondering if you're the Boyd I know from the mudding events from Bog Brothers. If that's the Boyd, because that would explain how you know where my house is. And then the other question is, I didn't know you were in the trucking game. Yeah, I'm freezing my cojones off here. Phone's still bitching, it's hot. Roll down the window, it's actually probably warmer outside. No, it's not. It's not any warmer outside. It's still 47 degrees. Yeah, I'm really surprised we didn't get loaded yet. Tired. I want to go to bed. I want to go to bed. Can I go to bed yet? Can you guys wake me up when my text comes in? We'll sit here and we'll get a little shock collar that I can hook up through the internet. That way I can just sit here and nod off, and when you guys hear my phone go off, you can just zap me awake. That'd be fun. Although I think if I gave you guys that power, you'd abuse it. I'd be randomly getting shocked all the time. Now I got to get Fry to help me with some of these overlays and stuff. StreamYard, or not, Streamlabs is supposed to be in here. I don't know. Some of the widgets for Streamlabs are supposed to be active. So I don't know if you guys want to try some of the commands.
Shelly Jism says, ha. Brett Boyle says, you're gonna get Troy excited.
Yeah. The apostrophe commands for there's my text. Let's see, trucks get loaded at 11. I was about to jump. I was like, oh, it's time to go. Not yet. Gotta wait for 11 o'clock. So yeah, let me fix this a little bit. There we go. I drop. I all. I open. He's trying them all. Did you look up what all the commands are supposedly for it? Yeah, we'll have to eye slots. Yeah, there's Magic 8 Ball too. Yeah, I don't see anything happening. Although it's good TTS isn't picking that up. I'm glad I'm not having to listen to those commands. I guess that'll be the project for this weekend, is try to figure out why that's not working.
Boyd Ziegler 6922 says, by the hour Dane County the Swamp Convoy.
The Swamp Convoy.
Fry says, just testing. Brett Boyle says, Nightbot giving Fry the silent treatment.
Well, that's not supposed to be Nightbot, it's supposed to be Streamlabs for all that. You know, all the integration's supposed to be in there. It says it's in the chat, but I haven't seen it doing anything. So I'll have to see. Maybe I accidentally banned it on somebody else's channel, you know, so it's not working on mine or something. I'm not sure. So by the hour, Dade County, the Swamp Convoy. So are you the Boyd I know from the Bog Brothers? That was the question. I'm trying to think where Dade County is. Let me pull that up on a map. figure that out. So you're here in Wisconsin.
At Stream Elements says, at Fry TV, Mechanic Eric America has been streaming for 12 hours 4 minutes.
Oh, so it's Stream Elements that's going. So it's not Stream Labs, it's Stream Elements. Okay, so Dade County is Madison area. Okay. So that would make sense that so you're probably not the Boyd I know. Because he lives up this way. So we got Stream Elements commands coming through. Yeah, only the
Fry
uptime.
says, that one works.
Yeah. So I'll have to go into Stream Elements and figure out what's not functioning. Which I have a second, so let me open up a new tab and see if I can see what's going on with Stream Elements. Okay. Okay, so let me get my mouse out. It'll be a little easier to control this. There's my mouse. Wow, I'm freezing my ass off. It is really cold. Chatbot. Default commands. So right now, apostrophe 8-ball should be
At Shelly Jism
enabled.
says, would it cool the phone with the fan only?
Once I get the mount, it will. Right now, I've got to run the defroster, and it's cooling down the entire cab. So, apostrophe 8-ball supposedly is enabled. Apostrophe commands, you can find a list of all the commands is supposed to be enabled. Apostrophe emotes. Apostrophe quote. Apostrophe tip. Apostrophe uptime. Apostrophe vanish. The user vanishes in a
Stream
puff.
Element says, at Fry TV, the 8-ball says, for sure.
Yeah. Apostrophe alerts. Oh, that's moderator stuff. So those are all the ones that are fired up right now. So 8-ball, apostrophe commands, emotes, quote, apostrophe quote, apostrophe tip, apostrophe uptime, and apostrophe vanish are all functional right now, or should be. Then there's moderator ones. That's apostrophe alerts, apostrophe docs, apostrophe edit counter, apostrophe timer. So that's what's in Stream Elements right now. I guess I'd have to put some custom commands in. These are just the default ones.
At Boyd Ziegler 6922 says, ran with convoy from Indiana to California. At Sweets Thing says, at Mechanic Eric America you need to give Fry a wrench. Emo.
Yeah, I'm willing to give Fry a wrench. I mean, if he wants one. He's never asked for one. I joked with him about giving him one, and he kind of like turned me down on it. So, I don't know. Fry, you want a wrench? I'll give you a wrench. I got no...
Fry says, LOL right at Sweets Things.
I will give you a wrench. Give me a second. Spam filter, counters, timers, revenue, blah,
At Sweets
blah.
Things says, no, he needs one.
No, he needs one. I gotcha. All right, let me give Fry a wrench. Let's see. Add as moderator. Okay, can't do it there.
Fry says, I will never ask for one.
Let me see.
At Sweets Thing says, if anyone deserves a wrench, Fry does.
Yeah. I might have to do this through my phone because I can't seem to do it on the tablet. I've got the text blown up so big so I can see it.
Just tap on his name in YouTube and select mod.
No, I know.
At Shelly Jism says, I'd say give me one, but I'm trigger happy and get irritated easily, haha.
Yeah. No, the problem with the tablet is I can click on it, but I've got the text so blown up so I can see it really well that then when the window comes up to make them a mod, I can't scroll it. It goes off the screen, so I can't hit the button to accept it. So I just gotta pull the stream up on my phone real quick. It's not a big deal. I'll make her happen. Not the end of the world. It's not a big deal. Yeah. There, I gave him the power. He's a managing mod. So he's got the power. So there you go, Fry. If you type something in, you'll be able to turn on like slow chat and all that fun stuff. So you're the most powerful mod I have.
At Sweets Thing says, oh great. Fry says, test.
Test. Yep. There he is. He's a mod. He's a super mod. Well, the phone isn't dying, but man, it's cold. Okay. I'm tapping out. I'm tapping out. Wisconsin weather. I'm putting on the cart.
Fry says, I do look better in blue LOL.
Yeah. I'm just tickled pink that the TTS wanted to work. I couldn't get it to work last night to save my life. Not with the monitor or anything. It did not want to work. Oh, that is so much better. Oh, that is so much
That
better.
Sweets Thing says, yes, you do look better in blue, Fry.
Yeah. I got to do some cable management too and figure this out. Because I mean the
Fry
cables.
says, I am somebody now.
The cables that are going on in this truck, man, it is crazy. It looks like a hornet's nest with all this stuff. It's flipping insane. Okay, so back to here.
That Sweets Thing says, you've always been somebody to me, Fry. Fry says, it matches my blue eyes.
I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna try to change the voice on TTS to see if it'll go back to the voice I wanted, because this wasn't the voice I wanted. All right, let's see if that still works. Because I'm not 100% sure if TTS Monster just wasn't having fun. Let's see if that's gonna work. See, it's a possibility that we might have gone over on the amount of celebrity voices I could use. So it may not work anymore. Hey, Bobby Roger. Good to see you too. Nope, I'm thinking TTS Monster, I'd have to pay for it. So we must have gone through all the voices. So I got to go back to the stock, because that did not come through.
This is your chat speaking. Listen carefully.
So we'll just do Samantha for now. And then I'll have to fine tune and get a better voice later. Alright, time to go get loaded. Yeah.
It's not working.
Yeah, Samantha's voice is working. Just not the celebrity voices through the TTS Monster. Those aren't functioning anymore. So I'm assuming we must have burnt through the 400 some TTS messages during testing.
At Nightwood says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
Oh, so cold. All right. So cold.
At Brett Boyle says, like, subscribe, share.
Like, subscribe, share. That's the ticket. Like, subscribe, and share. Alright, I gotta mute you guys for a second because I gotta get on the CB, and then I'll unmute you in a second. Okay, we are back. Oh. So you guys enjoying the TTS?
Fry says, hot mix time.
Yep. Yeah, I kind of wish the truck behind me had to get loaded first, because then you guys could have watched the truck get loaded for the people that have never seen it before. But I plan on live streaming pretty regularly, so there'll be a time. And now that the stream is staying more stable, and we got a bright future, you and me. Us and me. I don't know how to phrase it.
Fry says, how many pounds are to taking?
Well, our empty weight is 26,640 right now. We're gonna probably put about 21 ton on.
Yards.
We don't do yards. We do it by ton. I think it's like a 20-yard box. But asphalt is very heavy by density with all the oil and stuff. So it doesn't fill up a lot of room in the box for it to be 21 ton.
Alright, I think we're going to get 37 ton. We'll probably go, what, 20 and 17? Is that how you want to do it?
Yeah, that's fine. So he's going to get a light load. I'm only going to get 20 ton. So yeah, that job didn't look that big. So he's going to put 20 ton on me, so we'll have 40,000 more pounds than what we're at right now. So we'll be at 66,640 roughly, ballpark. I don't know if you guys can see. I guess the numbers are a little small right there. Let's see if we can zoom that out a little bit to where you guys can see the chat. For me, it kind of blocks the view screen, so I'm gonna have to wait for the video to update. see if that, yeah, there, you guys can see the scale number. So legally we can carry 68,000 on this truck.
Fry says, my grain truck maxed out at 28k pounds.
Yeah. I mean, hell, this truck almost weighs 28k. I mean, it's only like 1,400 and some pounds shy of that. And it's empty. There we go. I can hear the chutes going. So we're going to start getting some pounds on us.
Fry says, I missed that truck. I put a lot of time, money in that truck.
Yeah. Yeah, Fry, if you can come up with any scripts for any cool stuff for stream elements that I can add in for the chat bot, I mean, I guess let me know. I'd like to try to make the chat as interactive as possible.
Fry says, it had a 318 in it.
So there's our, oof. Well, my fat butt, he put us right there. He wasn't screwing around with that one. He said he was only going to throw 20 on me. That's crazy. I'm gonna have to go on a diet with that load. Alright, I'll be right back. I gotta go grab my ticket. Grab my ticket.
Fry says, Dan. That's a load.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to take some of the tools out of this truck. This is the first big load we put in. We put some metal plates in the box to try to keep some of the asphalt from sticking up in the corners, and it added quite a bit of weight to the truck, I guess.
Admiral Adventure says, in SE our weight is based the length of the truck.
Yeah. Well, this one's the length of the truck and how many axles I have. I'm not a quad axle like this truck that's coming up next to us. He's got 2 lift axles in the center, and then he's got his rear drives and his front steer. He can carry 73,000 pounds. I only have 1 lift axle, so that's where my limitation comes in. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure which camera angle you guys like the best. When we were on the scale, we were on a 2-time zoom. Now we're on a 1-time zoom, and then we got the fisheye, which is this one. So I guess you guys got to tell me in the chat.
Adventure says, my truck is a tri-axle too.
Yeah. How much weight are you allowed to carry? So I guess let me know which zoom you guys like the best. This is what I like about this truck, it pulls. Ah, crap. I'm gonna have to slow down because a truck got next to me. Come on. Get around slow traffic. That's why we haven't gotten rid of this truck, because it's only a D13, a Volvo D13, but somebody tweaked the shit out of it. It's...
Fry says, the fisheye shows more action.
Yeah.
Admiral Adventure says, 69,850 pounds on the back roads on the interstate is 62,000 pounds. Admirator1 says, that sound looks okay.
That's cool. So the Turtle Adventures, 69,000 pounds on the back roads. On the interstate, it's 62 on a tri-axle. That's interesting. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to empty out some of these tools and some of this extra crap that's in this truck for weight. Because I like to be able to carry 21 pretty consistently. I mean, I've got the entire passenger area where there'd be a passenger right now is filled up with tools. Because, well, you know, I've got this reputation of being the...
Adventure says, we never ride the interstate when loaded.
Yeah. Yeah, because I do have this reputation of being the mechanic. So I need to have tools. Yeah, supposedly we have this law where we can go a little heavier in the winter when the ground's frozen, but you know, we don't run in the winter, so I've never really encountered where I could run a heavier load. So it's always been just, 68,000.
Admiral Adventure says, Bahaha.
Bahaha. So how loud does the TTS come across for you guys? Is it very quiet, or is it almost as loud as I am? Just curious.
One says, it's a lot lower than you. I can hear you.
Okay.
Admiral Adventure says, it's about the same volume.
Okay. So differing opinions, but you guys can hear it, so that's good. I can hear it. That's the important part. It's nice.
Sweets Think says, IT sounds good. I can hear the chat while cooking.
Yeah.
Zai says, you are louder.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. But yeah, no, this is definitely a lot more, this is a lot better. I can focus on the road. I don't have to focus, even though I have the chat up going, I don't have to look over at it. This is definitely a lot better. I'm going to have to, so this voice is actually part of the iPhone, and I can go into the App Store and I can download different voices and pay a one-time fee versus TTS Monster. So later tonight I'll have to go on and see if I can find a voice that's better than Samantha. I mean, she works, but I mean, I've heard when I was setting up TTS on something else, they have a lot of like HD voices that, I mean, the pronunciation, and it almost sounds like a human. It literally doesn't sound as robotic. And I'd like, if I'm going to sit here and have this running, I'd like to pick a voice that is easy to hear in the truck, but also, pronunciates. I don't know. I feel like I'm saying that word wrong. Pronounces, I don't know, more clearly with a better speech pattern. So we'll sit here and definitely try that. I've definitely learned my lesson. I'm bringing the stupid phone holder that has a cooling pad on it. I hate wearing a jacket. I'm not a fan of wearing jackets, because then they hang on the back of your neck. Once I'm in
BRB bathroom says, percussiates?
Percussiates? I don't know. But yeah, I hate wearing jackets because they always hang on the back of your neck, and it just, that extra weight all day long, just, I don't like having the extra weight on the back of my neck. So we're definitely going to bring the upgraded mount. First thing I do when I get home, I'm going to make sure it goes in the bag. I don't know why I didn't do that. I thought I did. I don't think it's in here.
Admiral Adventure says, enunciate.
Yeah, enunciate's a good word too.
At Sweets Things says, an initiate.
So yeah, that's my task for tonight. Make sure I put the new phone holder in the bag and see if I can pick a different voice. I don't want to get stuck behind these vehicles. We're going to juice the truck up a little bit. Go, baby, go! More speed. More vroom vroom. Yeah, we got no limiter on this puppy. She will go, baby, go. She's not regulated to that poor little 68 miles an hour like everybody else. So she will go, baby, go when I need to merge traffic.
At Sweets Things says, I like the Trump voice idea.
I had it, and it was working this morning, but I'm thinking that TTS Monster costs like $20 a month, and they had like a free trial of like 400 voice things, but the interface I'm using is the actual API key, and it wasn't showing me when me and Fry were testing. It wasn't showing that I was taking off that counter, so I'm not sure if there's a different page I got to go to see what's going on. But I'm thinking I ran out of credits. You know, between me and Fry testing, and then you guys being chatty Cathy's when I had the glasses on initially. Hey, I don't mind. I like you guys being chatty. I think I ran out of credits. But my personal opinion is if I can get the AI voice off of Apple and I can pay a one-time fee, I'd rather spend $20 on a voice, you know, than have to spend $20 every month. That's just my feeling on it. I don't like subscriptions. So what do you think, Fry? You think we got this this thing kicked in the butt? You think using Bella Box and using OBS at the house and what our current setup is pretty much good? You think we got her? Or you think we got to do some more tweaking? I hate to ask Fry questions because I know he's doing like a million other things other than just having my stream running in the background. Because he runs like, he does a whole bunch of IT stuff and things for
Fry says, for now it looks good.
For a radio station. So I always know he's busy doing something, or he's putzing on projects that he's doing also, you know, for himself. So I hate asking him questions because then it's like I know I'm distracting him and pulling him from something.
Just have to see it stay up now, LOL.
Well, I mean, we've gone through some bad buffer zones, and I mean, Yeah, I saw it get pixelated a little bit. I don't know if the audio stayed good, but I mean, I saw that the resolution changed like it was supposed to, and I saw at worst it did get a little pixelated. We got a little bit of screen tearing and stuff, but I mean, it was only for a couple of seconds. But OBS didn't crash. You know, we're gonna be getting off the freeway here in about 10 miles, and then we're gonna be going down those back roads again. So, I mean, I guess we'll see what happens. I mean, pretty much on the freeway, we're gonna be rock solid. I mean, we're 96% cellular, 2% Wi-Fi, and 2% on the other thing. So we're running everything off of T-Mobile right now. So the whole connection's on the T-Mobile. So we'll have to see how that all switches out, especially as we get further away from Green Bay. I'm assuming it's going to pivot over more to Wi-Fi, or which is the hotspot. The Wi-Fi is the Verizon hotspot. Yeah, I can't tell you how frustrated I was yesterday. I had finally gotten the data side of it, the bridging of all the connections and the streaming through Bella Box, and then getting it to my computer at home. That was all stable. It was all working. I wasn't dropping connection. It was good. But my old computer and OBS, if the connection got bad, it would put more load on the computer to try to encode the really crappy pixelated picture, I guess. And it must have been too much for the video card, and it was crashing OBS. So last night, me and Fry were up. I was up till about midnight, but me and Fry were on the phone till about 10. We set up a completely different computer, faster processor, faster graphics card, the whole 9 yards, and had to reset up OBS and get it all connected, and yeah. All right, so now we're 63% Wi-Fi, 11% on the AT&T, and 32% on cellular.
Hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
So yeah, now we're switching off of T-Mobile, and we're switching over to more Verizon. I don't know, I thought I saw a little stutter in the video probably when that switchover happened. But again, that's a couple of seconds of whatever. As long as the audio stays good, if the video glitches just a little bit, that's fine. I can live with it. Can you guys live with it? I'm looking over here. I should be looking here because the chat's over here. But I mean, I would think if the video glitches just a hair, you guys would be okay with it. I guess in a sense we're also doing some testing for Gary, which I don't think Fry ever dropped Gary's link. I was talking about Gary before. He does over-the-road truck driving videos too. But he's pretty much always on the freeway, so it hasn't been as much of a problem for him where he's had to go as drastic as I've had to with all the bonded connections and all that to keep his stream up. Because as long as you're on the freeway, you pretty much can keep a stream going almost with one phone. You know?
Fry says, no glitch yet and the audio is good.
Good. Oh, I remember why Fry didn't drop the link before. He wasn't a mod. He's now a mod. Now he has the responsibility of dropping links too. Oops.
Fry says, I will drop his Twitch link.
Alright. So yeah, the plan is we'll probably run this setup. We'll refine this a little bit more, and then we'll see about doing multi-streaming to Twitch, Kick, Facebook. Because I already got a Facebook for this, and then I don't know if we'll do X, maybe. I'm not 100% sure about that.
Adventure says, are you monetized?
Unfortunately, no. Right now, I'm not monetized because I don't have enough watch hours. Even though I was monetized at one point in time, if you don't have the watch hours anymore within the year, they demonetize you. So I gotta keep the stream stable enough that people are willing to watch to get monetized again. But if you're asking because you want to donate, I do have links, which I actually did get one donation. I'm waiting for the person to come on to announce, which surprised the hell out of me. I got home and all of a sudden I had a notification and I was like, oh, that's cool. Which helped pay for the, I had to upgrade all the cell plans. Because like I said, I've got 4 cell plans going right now. And I had to upgrade them from what I had to unlimited data so that they wouldn't cap me. Yeah, I don't know. Does that work? Oh yeah, the Stream Elements one does. Yep, the tip one. Yeah, that one works. It links up to my PayPal. So I guess it's the same as if you go to the PayPal link, but that one seems to work. And then it lets you send me a little private message. So yeah, turn left. I didn't realize I didn't have the GPS going, the voice for the GPS.
In about 6.5 miles, turn right onto Ridge Road.
All right, so we're getting to the area where we're gonna go through a little bit of the bad cellular connection, so we'll see how stable the internet stays. I know it's probably going to glitch a little bit, but we'll see if the audio stays, and I expect the video to not buffer but pixelate a little bit, so it is what it is. This little phone and these 3 cellular connections are definitely trying their best. So yeah, I can see the pixelation. So I guess the question is the audio staying? Or are we losing audio when this is actually happening? Is the real question. Are we hearing pops and noises? And I mean, not much I can do about it. It is what it is.
At Sweets Think says, audio stayed fine.
Good. Well, that's what we want. As long as the audio stays good, we're good. You know, if the video kind of craps out a little bit, well, that's to be expected. Yeah, the only other thing I can test, it's too bad we're not going to be working here tomorrow, you know, so I can keep going through the same dead zones. That way I kind of know when the problems are going to come up, would be to increase the buffer time. The downside of increasing the buffer time, well, here's what it is. So if I increase the buffer, it gives the stream a little bit more time to kind of reset itself before you guys see it. So if I go through an area where like I lose service, then when I get service back, it can send a massive data dump over to my computer and it can fix itself, hypothetically.
Fry says, you could also set your hotspot as the primary for a test.
Yeah, well, right now I've got it set so that they kind of balance between, and right now the hotspot, well, no, AT&T is really the main right now. The hotspot's doing about half of it. Right now I've got it pretty much just auto negotiating between the 3. So it's just kind of balancing whatever connection's the strongest between all 3 connections, and I'm letting it just kind of do it. But so as I was saying, if I increase the buffer time, it gives the network more time to kind of self-correct before it goes out on the live. But then the problem with doing that is then there's more delay between what I say and what you see before you guys get to see it. So then our conversation gets a little bit more, there's more delay, you know. Right now, me and Fry got it down to roughly about a 7-second delay between what I say and what's going on now from when you guys see it, which is actually pretty good. If I increase that delay too much, then by the time you type a message, you know, a whole minute could go by, which would be a little hard to follow. You know, then in TTS would be like a minute behind from the time that you guys type in the chat. So, I mean, if the audio's staying and the picture's just getting a little crappy for a second, I mean, I think that's a acceptable situation.
Fry says, the hotspot should have a better antenna.
It does, but you know, unfortunately, Well, it's only using 5% of the Wi-Fi right now, so it must not have very good cell service. We're 95% on the AT&T phone right now, so AT&T is what's keeping the stream going. Like I said, it's pretty much shifting to whatever network between the three is getting the best service at the moment. So I don't really want to futz with too much of the priority stuff. I'm kind of good with it kind of doing its balancing act that it's doing, because that seems to be working. You know, like I said, we're 75% on the Wi-Fi, so it's just auto balancing as it needs to as we're rolling along. It's switching from T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon the whole time between 3 different devices. So and I'm not having to do anything. Look, Mom, no hands.
Turn right onto Ridge Road.
Turn right onto Ridge Road. Where the hell is this taking me? Because I don't remember taking this.
Admiral Adventure says, way better than before.
Oh yeah, ah shit. I can't go down that road. That's a B-class weight limit road.
Turn left onto West In about 1 mile, turn right onto South State Street.
Oh yeah, we definitely we got her going. The amount of hours I've put into getting this to be where we're at. It was 2 weeks of screwing around initially, and then it's been almost another 2 weeks of fine-tuning while we've been out in the field. So yeah, it's been a lot of work, a lot of testing different stuff and different options. The real champion on this whole thing is the BellaBox Cloud relay service. Being able to have the SRTLA bonded connection through that relay service, really, wow, my voice is bobbling from all the bouncing. That has been the real thing that made the most change. I had a server at home that could do
Right onto South State Street.
SRTLA bonding, but I don't know if my internet provider was throttling my connection to it because it saw the traffic and was just saying,
Turn right onto West Church Street.
hey, you know, we don't like that you're running this, because my connection from my phone to my computer initially kept dropping. And since I switched over to the BellaBox, the connection between the phone and BellaBox has been pretty much flawless. It hasn't disconnected. It's had, you know, it may have gotten to the point where the quality's gotten to shit, which it's supposed to do to try to keep it going, but the actual phone hasn't disconnected from the server. So that's been a huge improvement.
Turn right onto West Church Street.
Because every time that the phone would disconnect, then the audio would break, and then it would automatically disconnect again to try to fix the audio, and then I'm constantly sitting here and dealing with it, disconnecting, reconnecting. I mean, it was a nightmare. So yeah, that BellaBox Cloud Relay, man, That was the big thing that really made a huge difference. And then me and Fry upgrading the computer. Well, me upgrading, him helping with the testing last night with the new computer.
Turn right.
That really helped there
Stations on
too.
the right.
So, okay, we are at the job. So this is where having that that rear camera would be nice, which I will definitely be working on. I'll see if I can't do that. Because unfortunately, you guys don't get to see the action. You guys get to see what's in front of me. You don't get to see what's going on behind, and that's where all the action is behind me. You know, when we actually get to the job. And even if when I get the new glasses, I mean, I guess you could see what's going on in the mirrors. You know, because I'll have, it'll be my point of view, but I'm not sure how well you guys are going to be able to see the mirrors. Like right now, you guys could be watching me back up, see all the guys doing what they're doing, you know. So, as time goes on, we'll get this stream to be awesome. It's going to be an awesome stream. You guys will have a lot of fun. We'll get more people to watch. We'll get more chat interaction. It'll be great. Right? It's going to be a great stream. So we're back on T-Mobile, 94%, 3% on the Wi-Fi, and 3 to 6% on AT&T. So it's just, like I said, it's auto switching between all three networks. Which is what we want, and I'm not having to do squat to make it do it. Alright, so I just muted for a second. The audio didn't cut out. The boss...
Hearted Bonza says, hey everybody.
Hey, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel.
At Fry TV, hey man.
So the boss just told me we're working in Oshkosh, Amarillo area tomorrow. He's telling me that I might want to grab a room. Which sucks because I wanted to go home and get the phone holder, so I may still have to stop by the shop, take the time to go run and do that because he wants to start early tomorrow. So looks like I'm going to a hotel room.
Lapity 154 says, watching from Portland, Oregon.
Hi Kamala, welcome. Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat. So it looks like I'm going to be in a hotel room tonight. Just means I got to go back, drop the truck off, run back to my house because I really want that cell phone mount. I don't want to freeze tomorrow. I want to be able to run the heater because I am cold. It's 52 degrees outside and I'm freezing my ass off. So it's gonna be a waste of about an hour and a half of my
Fry
time.
says, hey at Partivanza.
Oh, cold. So cold. It's going to suck too because my glasses are probably going to get delivered tomorrow. So new toy. It'd be a new toy I can play with. It's okay. It is what it is. What's today? Today's Thursday. Yeah, so tomorrow would be my last day. Not the end of the world. So
At Almanson 4453 says, Eric, you look fabulous today.
well, thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, it's Al Munson. TTS did not do your name justice. Well, welcome, Al. How you doing today? Yeah, we got a lot of the bugs worked out. We've actually been able to keep a stream actually going today. We got TTS working. Yeah, it's pretty exciting times. So yeah, I'm pretty happy.
At Almanson 4453 says, just working away.
Yeah, just working away. I'm going to change your name in TTS so that you've got a nickname. I'm going to actually put it to Al Munson because all that at crap is
Yeah, look at this amazing production.
yeah, let's see, nickname. We are going to nickname you Al, and then MUNSON. Save. Okay, there we go. So now TTS should just say Al Munson instead of all your numbers and whatnot. Then it'll be a little bit easier to figure out who's talking to me. Yeah, it's been a lot of work, Al. I mean,
Al Munson says, this at stuff is whack.
this at stuff is whack, yeah. But notice it said Al Munson. So yeah, no, yeah, we've got a bonded connection over the internet through 3 cellular connections: T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon. They're automatically switching. Right now, we are.
Al Munson says, nice.
So we're actually on T-Mobile right now. 84% of the cellular connection is through T-Mobile. We've got 5 to 8% on the Wi-Fi, which is Verizon, and about 4 to 6% on the AT&T. they're all kind of shuffling and jumping, but yeah, no, it's been a good day. We've done a lot of testing. So yeah, no, everything's great. We had to upgrade the computer last night because the computer I was using, if I was live streaming from my house, would have been good. But whenever the network was glitching, it was putting too much load on the video card for that old computer, and it was crashing OBS. So we
Al
upgraded.
Munson says, nice.
So yeah, so we upgraded the computer last night to one that's got, it's an i7 7th gen with a
Looks much better.
Thank you. With an RTX or I think it's GTX 1060. And then we tweaked some of the brittle, whatever, bit rate. So now we're down to about a 7-second latency. So yeah, I'm ecstatic. Trust me, all the work, 2 weeks before I started streaming of screwing around, and then almost 2 weeks of having nothing work and having the stream just not be functional. It's very nice. Today has been a good day. I'm very happy about it. We're gonna get some glasses that I can actually live stream and give you and be able to give a POV view of what's actually going on. So I'll be able to switch from these cameras to a camera that'll be on the glasses, and then you can just kind of see whatever I'm looking at. Then I'm thinking about either setting up a GoPro or getting another different camera that I can put on the back of the truck, so when I'm backing up to the equipment and all the action's going on behind me, you guys will be able to see what's going on behind us instead of just looking out in front. So, yep. Lots of big plans. Lots of money flying out the door. Lots of expense. It's so much easier just to stream from your house. Doing this IRL stuff and dealing with all the different, IRL itself isn't as bad if you're like in one fixed place, Yeah, you literally, you figure out what cell service works. You may have to have like 3 different phones with you, but you figure out which cell service has got your best data, and you just turn that phone on and you stream, and if you're just standing there, you're good. But when you're traveling down the road and you're constantly going in and out of different cell carrier areas, it just, it's a pain.
At night but says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
I gotta quit smoking. Definitely, that's the next major thing. I'm on a diet. I'm losing weight. That's good. I'm happy I'm getting back to losing weight. Now that the stream is a little bit more stable and I'm not going to be so stressed out about that, next on the bucket list is going to be stop smoking again.
Al Munson says, whole new ball game.
Yeah. Yep. So yeah, gonna try to grow the channel. I'm definitely like I said, I'm putting my money where my mouth is on this one. I mean, like I said, just that hotspot was $300. You know, all this equipment, the tablet, you know, everything to make this production available for you guys. The three main cellular connections, all on the highest data plans. It is not it's not a cheap venture. I'm definitely all in for it. Hopefully I can get my...
Adventure says, I quit in December but vaping now.
Yeah, I don't think vaping's any better though. In my opinion, I think the chemicals and stuff that's in vapes are probably worse for you. There hasn't been enough studies and stuff done on them for you to really know, you know, how safe they are.
Hard to stop smoking in the Trump session. Hard times for the American people.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna definitely try quitting again. But yeah, like I was saying, hopefully if I can get my watch hours up and I can get back to being monetized, you know, some of the YouTube monetization will help to pay for some of these expenditures per month. Oh yeah, and 10 bucks for BellaBox Cloud per month. So yeah, there's lots of money going out. It's looking pretty good. Looks like it. How good an asphalt job looks, you'd be surprised. It's not as much how it's laid. I mean, we've got the best paver money can buy. It's literally, we bought it at the end of the last year. That roller right there is pretty much the best roller money can buy for these kind of jobs. You know, so it's not an equipment thing. It really comes down to how they make the asphalt. How they make the asphalt.
That part of Bonza says, gas went down 0.20 yesterday, times definitely looking up.
Yeah, that would be nice. It comes down to how the asphalt plant produces the asphalt. How much oil, how much sand they mix into it really dictates how good your finished product looks. You know, so there are days where the asphalt just looks like trash, and it's, you know, in my opinion, you know, when you see a lot of rocks and it looks really rough, it's because the asphalt plant didn't make enough or didn't put enough sand and oil in, and that's what that's not a good thing. We got a new worker, and I'm having to make sure I'm not going to run that person over, because unfortunately they haven't figured out don't stand between the truck and the paver when it's backing up. So I'm going to have to get out and yell at them at some point. We've got our first female employee, and she hasn't figured out the ropes yet. So I always got to watch to make sure she's not like standing between the paver and where I got to go. See, like right now, I'd love to have a backup camera on so you guys can see what's going on behind me. gotta get my boss some neon yellow gloves. He's wearing black gloves, and right now it's not too bad, but like yesterday when it was raining and stuff, it was a real pain to see what he was doing.
Admin Adventure says, your mirrors are your best friend.
Yeah. But like I said, it'd be nice for the live stream for you guys to be able to see what's going on behind me. I mean, I guess you guys can see that little one off the hood, but I don't know how well that's showing up for you.
Adder1 says, they used to put diesel in the bed. Do they still do that for the asphalt? Don't stick.
Yeah, a lot of times we do. We'll still use diesel. They've got alternatives, but all the alternatives don't work. They don't work for shit. Diesel really is still the best product. Hey, Sun Honey, welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat. Yeah, it looks like we finally got this streaming thing down where it's staying stable. I keep saying that, and I'm gonna jinx it. But we've been lucky so far. We've actually been able to keep a good stream going today with good video, good audio. A few minor hiccups, but you know, to be expected when you're IRL going across, you know, driving in all different areas, but no disconnections.
Fry says, hey at Sunpony Studio.
So, pretty happy with that.
Admiral Adventure says, here it depends on the job.
What, the quality of the asphalt that you're getting? Or the way the job turns out? Sometimes you gotta be a little bit more descriptive. I gotta, you know, there's a delay between when I'm talking and you're chatting, so, you know, sometimes I'm not 100% sure exactly what you're responding to. You know, because you're responding to something I said, you know, 7, 10, 15 seconds ago.
At Sunpony Studio says, thanks.
Yep. Always a pleasure to have anybody here. I enjoy when everybody joins. Even Al Munson. As long as he behaves. But like I said, you know, trolls don't really troll me too much because, you know, there's nothing really to troll, you know. That's not an invitation to prove me wrong there, Al.
At Sunpony Studio says, hit us at Fry TV. At Clara Bailey says, where are we riding to?
Right now we are in Michigan, Wisconsin. And then later today, I'll probably go live again later tonight, shits and giggles, because I got to drive out to Oshkosh and get a hotel room. So I'll probably turn off the stream when I go home, and then I'll turn it back on when I'm going out to Oshkosh, and then we'll be working in Oshkosh tomorrow. So right now we've been going from Mishicot up to Green Bay. We went to get asphalt. So that was our trip today. I suppose I should have turned the other way. Oh well. We'll make her happen. We'll face the other direction real quick.
Adventure says, the job depends on if we can use diesel in the truck bed.
Oh,
DOT jobs
yeah.
it's not allowed.
Yeah, I gotcha. See, that's what I mean. I had no clue what you were talking about, so that's definitely usable. Yeah, that aftermarket stuff just doesn't do shit. Yeah, we do a lot of commercial stuff. We do private roads. Now that it's just the beginning of the season, we're doing driveways.
Clara Bailey says, I'm going to Kentucky.
Okay. That's cool. So we do a lot of private stuff, private roads, driveways, commercial lots, things like that. We're not really big enough to do like DOT projects. I mean, we've done a couple parking rides and stuff, but that was more for municipalities, not officially DOT. So, yeah. Hopefully we don't have to use it anymore. We can use we call it whale sperm. It's the crap that they have at the actual asphalt plants. It's basically looks like soapy water. It doesn't work for crap, but over the winter we modified the boxes so that where the asphalt normally gets trapped up by where the hydraulic ram housing is, we put 45-degree plates so that area doesn't pack up with asphalt anymore. So that'll probably cut it down on us having to use anything to spray the boxes. We'll probably be able to just get away with what just the whale sperm. So that's the new paver. The old one you had to stand on. This one you get a seat in the steering wheel. There's our brand new little roller. We ended up when the boss bought the new paver, it ended up being heavier than our old one, and then the job trailer ended up being overweight. So we ended up having to downsize to a smaller roller. We've got a big one that gets put on a different trailer, but we had 2 big rollers, and we had to downsize one of them so that we weren't overweight, because you know DOT. Always gotta love DOT. We weren't mechanically overweight. The axles on the trailer are rated for 44,000 pounds, but DOT only legally allows you 34,000 pounds on a pair of tandems. So we weren't mechanically overweight, so it wasn't unsafe, but got to be legal, you know what I mean?
Adventure says, dog box always holds up debris.
Yep. Well, that's why we put 45s. We went right from the floor, you know, just in front of the dog box, and we did a 45 up to the back wall. And that way, when you're all the way up, there's just nothing vertically that can stick, you know. So it's staying clean now, which is really nice. I'm getting a little older. I don't want to be jumping up in the box to shovel out the box anymore. Although the trade-off was, I don't know if the welder guy got a little carried away, but it added a substantial amount of weight. I'm pretty sure there's probably like 500 extra pounds of metal back there, and it's like, that's pretty crazy. I don't know why he reinforced it as much as he did. I think it could have been a little...
Admiral Adventure says, concrete and dump truck are the worst.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't haul a lot of concrete, thank God. We do every once in a while, but yeah. But yeah, asphalt being so sticky, it just sticks to everything. Concrete definitely will destroy your box. So they moved the paver to a new area, but they had to pick up a pile with the skidster, so that's why I'm kind of just sitting here waiting for the skidster to dump the asphalt he picked up off the ground into the paver, and then as soon as he gets out of my way, which should be in a couple of seconds, I'm going to back up to the paver. I'm really wondering if he overestimated the asphalt on this job. Because he ordered like...
Andrew 12th Cummins says, how is everyone doing?
I am doing good. I'm doing really good. I'm very, very happy today. The stream is staying up. More people are coming in. TTS is working. Today has been an excellent day for streaming. Yesterday wasn't too bad, except for the fact that OBS kept crashing. Every day has been getting better. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat there, Andrew. Definitely very happy with the way the stream's going. We got 19 people watching. We're back to 94% of the data going over T-Mobile right now, which is really weird. I'm really surprised T-Mobile's got good service here, because Verizon and AT&T ain't got garbage out here. So I'm definitely glad I've got all three carriers that I can switch between.
At Mirabletadventure says, my only fear in life is to have a heart attack cleaning out box and no one finding me. Totally scares me.
Yeah, no, I feel ya. Yeah, your boss would find you the next, once he hires a new driver and goes to pick up his next load. Yeah, luckily we haven't really, we really haven't had too much of a problem with having to clean the boxes out. We've got a couple of the laborers that, now that I'm getting a little, I've been working here for 15 years, so, when I was a little bit younger, it was okay, I'll jump up in the box and I'll take care of it. But now it's kind of, we just send one of the laborers up. I've earned my place where I can just be like, yeah, I'm not doing it. I don't want to do it. I do enough shit for this company. Fixing all the crap that breaks, all the research, buying all the supplies, all the other crap I do. We can let the young guys jump up in the box and shovel it. Although it'd probably be good for the exercise. It's definitely hard to lose weight in this job because the job itself isn't very physical. So, I really have to watch my calorie intake to sit here and really control how many calories I'm taking in. Because by the time, from all the bouncing around, and I'm not telling you anything new, obviously, because you drive truck. From all the bouncing around that you do in the truck, you're beat up. Even though it's not physically demanding, you're still, at the end of the day, you're tired, you're beat up. You just want to go home, sit down, watch a TV show, and go to bed. So it's definitely hard to get the exercise in. But as I lose the pounds, which I was able to do 2 years ago, I was down to about 235, which I hadn't been 235 since I was in my 26 years old. And once I got that weight off, there was a lot more pep in my step. Not having to carry all that extra weight around, I definitely felt a lot better. And so I'm excited that the weight is coming off again.
I've only been with you since the convoy. How long ago was that when we started?
The convoy, I believe, was 2022, and it would have been, I think it was March-ish area, March, April, March. I think it was March, or was it February? I'm not 100% sure, but I didn't start streaming until almost the end of the convoy. We were coming back from California before I actually started streaming. It'd be amazing, had I had the forethought and actually thought about it. But I didn't go there with the thought of streaming. I went there to participate. I didn't even plan on being the mechanic of the convoy, I was just, I was just going there to be a participant. So yeah, had I known what I know now, I would have started a channel right away, and I probably would have had 10,000 subscribers and, whole 9 yards. Or even more. I gotta figure out what happened to my scraper. May have to go buy another one. It disappeared out of this truck.
Adradder1 says, I used to watch Trucker G and he talked about good things about you.
Yeah. Yeah, one of these days I still got to go down there. We're supposed to go for a motorcycle ride because we both share passion for motorcycles. I got to go back, or I got to go to the back of the truck real quick. I'll be right back. Yeah, Trucker G actually gave me one of those knives.
Adradder1 says, I still watch Joe and Oreo from the beginning, and when you put the air horns on the black bean, that was a long time ago.
Yeah. Yeah, the black bean doesn't exist anymore. He got into an accident with it. That car's gone. Yeah, we don't talk about Oreo. Me and him don't really see eye to eye.
At Nightwood says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content, thank you. At Brett Boyle says, Freedom Convoy was 4 years ago now, 2022, time flies.
Yeah. We'll turn you towards the action a little bit. Normally I'd go hook up to the trailer right away, but I've got a little bit of time in case he needs me to go get more asphalt. Plus I'm in a situation where I can put them on camera so you guys can see what's kind of going on a little bit. turn the truck off. Let's see how well the battery's holding up on this microphone. Not too bad. I'm gonna switch out microphones real quick. Might get a little loud because I got to set the mic gain on this mic also. So I apologize. We ended up figuring out that the mic gain needed to be at -4. I never adjusted it on this one. So we'll go into the thing and we'll adjust the mic gain on this one real quick. Oh, it's still at -4. No, wait. There we go. Okay, so now this mic's set to -4 also. So hopefully that sounds good. Oh, TTS isn't working because I turned the truck off. Back on now. I know what you mean, and yeah, I know Joe was in a wreck. I hang around him more than anybody. He covers lots of stuff. Yeah. Yeah, that's, between my truck and the other dump truck, yeah, we got total of 37 tons, so I can't see how they're going to use up everything that's in his truck because they're stopping at the end of that little road there. They're not going into the next road. So I think the boss overestimated. So I think we're going to end up with way too much left over. I think that's what the situation is going to be. Yeah, I cannot believe that T-Mobile is just kicking butt out here. That is crazy. 88 to 94% of the stream is going out through T-Mobile, which by my house sucks. I mean, me and Fry were testing, trying to get the stream to get bad just to see what would happen when the stream would glitch out.
Adventure says, "Oh, I thought you were doing the whole thing."
Not just in my truck. No, we've got that other black and white truck. But I mean, I had 20.5 ton on me, and we did all of that in 20.5 ton. So, and we were getting a total of 37 tons. I mean, that means that truck's got like roughly 16 ton on it. And all he's got to do is that little area. I don't, unless we're doing a double layer, I think we're going to be throwing away a lot of frickin' asphalt. I think he overestimated this one by a lot. Because, I mean, he's still got a full, not the chute, but if you see the wings, they're still full of asphalt. So he could probably almost do that whole part just with the asphalt he's got in the damn machine. So, yeah, it's going to be kind of interesting to see where the hell all this extra asphalt's going. Unless we're doing more of the job than I thought, but he had an orange line right at the end of this run. So it looked like they weren't going to go into the main driveway there. Unless we're going to make a horseshoe and we're going to come out to the road. But then why did they paint an orange line, a stop line? I guess we'll just have to sit here and watch the adventures of asphalting. I've learned a long time ago. To stop asking questions like that, because I never know the full picture. It's crazy. Yeah, that's gonna be crazy if he wastes all that asphalt. Let's see. 42 likes. 20. Oh, YouTube says that there's more people watching than 19. There we go. 18, 19 people watching. I can live with that. People popping in, popping out. Hopefully with the stream being reliable and me streaming 5 days a week, we'll start to get some regulars that come in and just want to chit chat, and we'll get more chat going. Yeah, unfortunately with this phone, it's only got a 2x zoom. Otherwise, I'd get in a little closer for you. I initially started using this app on my main phone, but the problem with my main phone is every time I had a phone call come in, I had to pretty much stop streaming, or it was kind of a pain. So I just happened to have this iPhone 12 laying around, and I was like, oh, okay, well, we'll just use that. So yeah. So here we wait. What time is it? Noonish? A little after noon, 12:39. So yeah, might be back to the shop 1:30. I'll have to run to Sheboygan to pick up that mount so that I can keep the phone
Admirator
cool.
1 says, Leroy says the boss is supposed to know what he's doing. It's up to him, LOL.
Yeah, the boss is the one running the paver. I'm really curious what we're going to do with all this extra asphalt. I mean, we're going to find out in a second, because they're getting to the point where they're going to be stopping. So I am curious where the rest of this he bid out for is going. Looks pretty damn good. Looks like we got a good mix of asphalt today. I personally would do a wraparound, a horseshoe. But
At Stream Element says, thanks for subscribing, Cindy Swallows.
there we go. That's working. I'm happy that that's working. Thank you, Cindy, for the sub. That's awesome that feature's working. Yeah, everything's working today. Now we got to add more complexity. We got to make this cooler, more stuff, interactive stuff in the chat. Some of those games, and I don't remember if Magic 8 Ball was working. It's I 8 Ball. I think Fry tried it. I don't remember if it worked. But that should be working. where you can ask Magic 8 Ball a question or something.
Admirator1 says, it's 1041 here where I'm at in Riverbank, California. They call it the City of Action.
1041? 100? No. Can't be 104 degrees. 1041 here. Okay. I'm gonna have to explain the 1041. I'm a little confused on that one. What you mean by that?
Admirable Adventure says, time is 1041.
Gotcha. 1041.
At Brett Boyle says, he's talking about the time 10:41 a.m.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, when it came across at 1041, I'm sitting here trying to go, no way it's 104 degrees in California right now. Yeah. Yeah, 2 hours 2 hours difference. Yeah, it's 12:43 right now, so I guess that'll tell you how much delay there is in the stream right now. We had it down to 7 seconds last night. I don't know, with us going through a couple of dead zones, if the latency got worse. Let me check on the server real quick. Everything looks happy. Yeah. Let's see. Let's put this to full screen. Well, we've had some drop frames, but that was probably when the stream was getting stupid.
Admirator1 says, 10:41 a.m.
Yeah. Graphics cards only sitting here and using about 26% GPU usage. CPU's sitting at about around 27 to 29 to 32. Using about 5 gigs of memory of the 16 gigs that are in there. And we're pumping out about 5 megabits per second to YouTube. It's jumping. Anywhere between 3.3 and like 6.7. I know it's all technical stuff that a lot of you guys don't care about. It's mostly relaying that to Fry, letting him kind of know how the server's going. But yeah, everything seems happy. Happy. The stream is happy. Oh. Cold. Definitely going to go home, even though it's going to take me an extra hour and a half today to get the phone mount that can cool the phone so I can run the heater. Today is a very cold day. It's only like 52 degrees. It is way too cold. And I can't run the heater, which is a big no-no. Everything's staying charged. We're really good there. Hotspot's at 100%.
Admirator1 says, it won't let me like and subscribe. Is that because I've been with you already for a long time? Just curious. I'm just glad to see you back, but I found you.
Yeah, I'm guessing if you're already subscribed, it wouldn't let you. I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, pretty much we're kind of hit and miss right now because the season's still starting. But when we get into full swing,
At Sunhoney Studio says, Tech Talk.
yeah, we should be streaming pretty much every day between the hours. This is Central Standard Time.
At Stream Element says, thanks for subscribing, Roger Whittock.
There you go. Thank you, Roger, for subscribing. We should be streaming about every Central Standard Time, probably about 7:30-ish, 7:30 to like 8:15-ish in the morning till probably about 2 to 4-ish, depending, our end time. Sometimes later, maybe even up till 6, 7 o'clock. There are times we'll get long days, but at least on average till anywhere from 2 p.m. to as late as possibly 6 a.m. Monday through Friday. So even if you're not subscribed, you pretty much should be able to find me. So now, yeah, it'll be interesting. We're gonna figure out what he's gonna do with all this extra asphalt. Yeah, I like that Stream Elements is announcing the people that are subbing. That means that's working. Now we just got to get a little bit more of those features working.
Adventure says, usually one job a day.
Yeah, usually. I mean, once.
Partibonza says, I worked in a warehouse set at 55 and it froze me to the bone. I had to sit in my van at lunch and defrost.
Oh yeah, that sucks. That sucks. Yeah, I mean, usually last year we were doing a lot more commercial jobs, kind of like the apartment complex that's off to the right. We were doing a lot bigger jobs like that, and then it'd be a multi-day job where we'd do a tear out one day, and then we'd lay for a couple of days. We'd put like a base layer down, and then we'd do an overlay over that the next. So right now we're just doing smaller jobs like this because it's just the very beginning of the season. But as we get rocking and rolling, things will change. And then we'll be more in cities, which then, obviously the connection will stay a lot better then. Even though it's been pretty damn good today, it'll definitely be a lot better when we're always in a major city. Every once in a while we'll do, if we're doing two really small jobs, every once in a while we'll do 2 jobs in a day. But usually it's just 1 job a day. Oh, tired. Lots of late nights sitting here and trying to fix the problems with the stream. Lots of late nights. Definitely on a sleep deficit. Well, the boss just took off in his brand new Ford Raptor, so yeah, I think that's it. I think he just overestimated the asphalt by a lot. That's crazy. That's a lot of money to go out the window. Asphalt prices went up by about $10 a ton versus what it used to be. It used to be $10 cheaper. So with the fuel cost, you know, the cost of a barrel of oil, you know, obviously asphalt uses oil in its product. It definitely has affected the cost of asphalt. Yeah, that's it for today. Well, that's good. I mean, it's good for me. Like I said, it's great because I get paid by the day. So if we don't work till 4 o'clock, you know, it's like I'm making more money per hour, which I'm cool with. So I like short days.
Adler1 says, did you get along with little Binky in the white truck? He hauled the ambulance and a bunch of cars during the convoy, and then you hauled the ambulance later.
Yep. Yep. You hauled the ambulance? I don't remember him U-hauling it. I remember him towing it to back to Hagerstown. I ended up towing it back to her daughter down in Missouri. Yeah, me and Blinky got along. I got along with pretty much everybody. I mean, honestly, the only person that I've got bad blood with is Oreo. You know, and that's just, I don't know. It is what it is. I wonder, is Blinky still live streaming? Seems like a lot of people just really stopped. I mean, once the convoy ended, you know, a lot of the people that were streaming got out of it. I mean, hell, I only got out of live streaming because the difficulty. Working a lot of jobs like this where I was in the middle of nowhere, the complexity of trying to keep a stream up and functional. I mean, if you can't keep the stream up, nobody's going to watch it. Then why are you wasting everybody's time trying to stream? And that was kind of the reason I stopped streaming, was just it was too complex to keep the stream going. You know. And then, you know, in my own private life, I just didn't have the time because, you know, at work, you know, there are times where I'm not getting home till 7 o'clock. I just got a couple hours to wind down and go to bed. And it's like, because I'm getting up at 6 o'clock in the morning again, you know, it just wasn't really feasible to stream if I wasn't at work. So it wasn't that I didn't like streaming. I like streaming. I like the interaction with you guys. You know.
Adler1 says, he's just an older stuffed cookie.
Yeah. Yeah, it is what it is. You know, like I said, I mean, there's multiple styles of streamers. I respect Taco Joe. I've always respected Taco Joe. You know, he's actually streaming content, doing his police chasing thing, and all right. So, boss wants me to hook up the trailer. Or not the boss, one of the coworkers. So, we gotta take you guys off this camera.
Admirator1 says, he shows his...
Sorry. When I start the truck, I lose the TTS for a second. He shows his truck very little. Does he live stream? But I'm friends with him on Facebook. He got rid of the flatbed and haul all kinds of stuff, doing trucking things. You know his real name, right? I've always been bad with names, so I probably have it in my contacts somewhere, and I'd have to look it up under Blinky, and then I'd be like, oh yeah, that's his name. But off the top of my head, I'm really bad with names, so honestly, I can't think of what his name is off the top of my head right now. So, and then we should have TTS back. Yeah, the radio blink. So TTS is going over my car stereo in the truck. So when I start the truck, it kills TTS. But yeah, off the top of my head, I remember a lot of people, you know, Radar was Radar. Can I remember his name right off the top of my head? No. Because, you know, if you're introduced as somebody, that's how I remember you. You know, I don't think about your real name, because if I wasn't using it, if I wasn't really using your real name, you know, on the day-to-day, you know, it is what it is. You know, hippie mama, so on and so forth. Which, oddly enough, I just got a text from her. Just one time. Yeah. Yeah, so Hippie Mama just messaged me, said, hello, just wanted to tell you that I had a call today, and a person was from Minnesota, and I just wanted to share, it sounded just like you. It was too funny. Hope you're doing well. So I just told her that I'm live streaming, and maybe she'll pop in and say hi real quick. I gotta go hook up the trailer real quick, so I'll be right back, guys.
Admirator1 says, Tom.
Yep, that'd be it.
At Nightbot says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content, thank you.
Yep, I remember it. Yep, Tom. And then Tom was also GWR333. Was also a Tom. Missed the pintle hitch by that much. It probably would fall on, but I'm gonna move the truck over just a hair. That should be good. This is why I got this. Oh, you guys probably maybe not couldn't hear me. I had to move the truck over by just that much. Wish at work. Let me see if I can jump in. Okay. So Hippie Mama might be popping in to say hi real quick. Yeah. All right.
At Hippie Mama says, hey, at work but wanted to say hello to everybody. Be safe out there, Mechanic Eric. At Partibonza says, hey, good afternoon at Hippie Mama. At Mirablethergledventure says, hi Hippie. Fry says, now we can hear you. Hey at Hippie Mama. At Brett Boyle says, phone says it's about 43F where Eric is. It's 74F here. At Hippie Mama says, hey hey. At Mirabletheterdledventure says, give Legend a hug from us after work. At Mirabletheterdledventure says, I'm home from work today because it finally rained in South Carolina. I love that I can chat. Only able to listen when driving. At TerraClock 8589 says, what was screaming? Admiral Adventure says, probably the jack on the trailer. At Terra Clock 8589 says, oh yeah. Admirator1 says, L Radar, this is Leroy. I followed you for a long time. It's L Radar, but just don't put it the way I want it.
audio. There's the audio. Yeah, I wonder what the heck happened here. We got this thing's flashing like it's dying.
At Brett Boyle says, no audio.
Yeah. I hear you, Brett. We'll switch out microphones. That battery didn't last very long. That one wasn't streaming for very long.
Oh, maybe he is on the phone.
No. I wasn't on the
At
phone.
Nightwood says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
I'm thinking the receiver.
Admirator1 says, yes, you got it now. I hear you.
Yeah, I'm thinking the receiver might have died. I've got it plugged into a charge port. Might not have been enough power because it's showing low power.
Take a slight left turn.
I'll keep an eye on it. I can always switch. May have to figure this out. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know if this cable's any good. Let's pull that. There we go. Yeah, it looks like the charger that I had the receiver for the wireless mic on wasn't putting enough power.
Says, there ya go.
Yeah.
Good now.
Yeah, it looks like the receiver wasn't getting enough power to keep it charged while it was functioning. So it turned off.
Take a slight left turn.
So I had to move it over to a different charging source, which is okay. Hey, it's all part of learning the system. We are figuring it out.
In about 2 miles, turn right onto Highway B. At the stop sign,
You
turn
could have
left.
went. I wasn't going to run you over. You were okay.
In 2 miles, turn right onto Highway B.
It's funny, you get these old people and they see a truck coming and they're all freaked out. They're afraid to move until you come to a complete stop, and it's like, I'm gonna stop. I'm not gonna run you over, I swear. I promise.
Fry says, testing and tuning.
Testing and tuning, yep. Yep, we learned that I can't use that charge port to keep the receiver charged because it doesn't provide enough power. Definitely looks like the power bank is for the wind because it's running the phone and now the receiver, and it's putting out plenty of juice. So I will take the minor fuck ups we've had. But on a good note, when we head back home, we're going to go through that section of area where the internet was just garbage yesterday, and we'll see how stable everything is then. So we're going to definitely be testing this. I guarantee it's going to pixelize and all that, but hopefully it doesn't connect to the audio. I'm tickled pink that the frickin' TTS is working. It could be a little bit louder. I wish there was some way I could boost it a little bit more. But unfortunately with Bluetooth, you're kind of stuck. There's a little bit of low lag. So what just happened? We're just in a bad cell service area. So the stream's gonna get a little choppy.
Says, Whatever you did, I'm hearing some kind of crackling noise now.
Well, it could be a little bit of the rattling. Oh. I don't know. I'm not sure. We're charging the receiver off the battery bank. But yeah, I see that there's a little bit higher noise level. I don't know.
Turn right onto highway.
I just moved the charging cable over to the battery bank instead of the USB cigarette lighter charger, because it wasn't putting enough power out.
In about 2 miles, turn left onto South River Drive.
Admiral Adventure says, window open making noise.
Yeah, that could be it. Also, the dash is.
Another one says, maybe it's the one to be in down a little bit so I can hear you good.
Yeah. Window, yeah.
Window.
Smoking. I'll roll the window up as soon as I'm done with this. I mean, the dash is rattling a little bit too. You know, with the trailer on here, it definitely upsets the truck. Everything's having to work a lot harder. Roll the window up just a little.
Admiral one says, it don't bother you, that's just some of the crackling sounds. It's okay, but you're probably cold.
Yeah. Oh, I'm cold. We're going home to get the phone mount. Then I can run the heater. So we're gonna run home. I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna book myself a hotel room out in Oshkosh. We're gonna grab the new cell phone mount. And then we're gonna head out to Oshkosh, and that'll be my night. And then we'll end the stream.
At Red Boyle says, almost twice as warm here today than near Eric, haha.
Yeah, it's 44 degrees right now, according to the temperature on the truck. So it was 52. It actually
Admiral one says, all that tech stuff has to be kept cool. I think that's why you don't use the heater.
well, yeah, I couldn't. I've got a phone mount that actually has a Pentar.
Red Boyle says, 74F here.
Oh, that's nice. So I've got a phone mount that's got a Pentar cooler on it, where one side gets hot, the other side gets cold, and it will actively cool the phone with the cold side. And I forgot to pack it today.
Stop sign. Turn left
So once that's on the actual phone in direct contact, I can run the heater as hot as I want and it won't overheat the phone. So that'll be nice. Yeah, I wish it was 74 here, because then I'd have a reason to run the AC. Then it'd be like, oh, I'm gonna run the AC. Crank it up as much as I want.
mile. Turn left to merge onto I-43 South.
Yes, it is. Well, it was definitely easier to stream in the convoy because we were always on the freeway, and cell service is pretty good as long as you're on the freeway. It's when you're going out to these middle of nowhere locations that it gets really complicated. Yeah, nope, I'm going to be getting off the road. We are not going 31 miles this direction. We don't go over the scale. So we got to go dodge the scale. That's what we got to do. And that's where we're going to be in that bad cell area. So I'm actually kind of excited for it. You know, it's going to be an interesting test to see how well the stream stays stable, because this area that we're going to end up going into for, you know, about 5 minutes, I think it's just a cell dead zone. Unless you're on Cellcom, because they've got a tower there. I'm thinking that Cellcom's tower interferes with everybody else. So if you're on any other provider other than Cellcom, you just don't have shit.
Adventure says, damn right, never go across those scales.
Yep. Never go across those scales. So like I was saying, I think Cellcom's tower just knocks out service for everybody else in that area. But we're gonna tempt fate. We're gonna go through the circle of death for cell service, and we're gonna just see what happens. Now I just got to think if there's anything else I need to grab tonight. Probably a couple more waters for tomorrow. Grab the cell phone mount. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think that's it. Change of clothes. Yeah, I wish there was a way that I'd know if that scale was closed. I would just go straight, but I've just always gotten in the habit, even though I know this truck just went through and had a whole bunch of major work done to it, and it would pass. You know, you just never know. You just never go over a scale if you don't have to.
Adler1 says, maybe lower the weight with some rest tools. LOL, you're like me. I love working on stuff for people. God puts it in your heart to help people.
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah, I like helping people. You know, it'd be nice if I had more time to do that. Who knows, maybe if the channel gets big enough and this could actually become my income, I could transition my stream into doing that type of work. You know, as long as I can make my bills.
Adventure says, there is an app for scales houses and they will find something every time.
Yeah. Yeah, I just hate to trust those apps, because all it takes is for that app to be wrong once. And then that's an additional cost I don't go past very many scales, so I just go around this one all the time. This is like the only scale I ever hit. How many people we got watching now? 22 people. Well, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. 22 people. We are on my way to my house. We're going to grab a few things, and then we're going to be going from Sheboygan to Oshkosh. Got to find myself a hotel room for tonight.
Says, remember that guy that used to help people get gas and line people up? That was X-Ray, I think.
It might have been. Yeah, I haven't heard from him. I haven't even heard him streaming a bunch either. Again, I think a lot of the streamers just stopped. But yeah. Question: Did Hippie Mama come into the chat while I was chaining everything up and whatnot? She said she was going to come in. I didn't go and scroll back in the chat to see if she hopped in and said anything.
Adlerada1 says, I used to go by radar, but my email is different.
Yeah.
Yes, she said hey hey hey.
Hey, hey, hey.
Admiral Adventure says, when I used to drive over the road I had a transponder to go past scales if it was green light.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, I've never been an over-the-road truck driver. I just, I just never got into it. I started off, I got my license. Alright, so it's kind of an interesting story. Okay, so I was a professional auto mechanic for many years, and then I started getting carpal tunnel in my hands, because at that time we didn't have the electric tools that they have now, and the air tools a lot of times were just too cumbersome to really get into tight spots. So I did a lot of hand wrenching, and that's just how I function. So I pretty much had a life choice of, do I want to be a professional mechanic anymore? Or, do I want to get, and get the carpal tunnel surgery, which at the time I was still like pretty much hand to mouth. I mean, I wasn't making super great money. Even mechanics today don't make great money. That's one industry that just hasn't really, the pay rate hasn't really gone up even from the time that I was there. So yeah, it's a bad industry. And then I was also dealing with the fact that every shop I ever worked at, I mean, if you work for the mom and pops, customers were getting screwed because they'd take on jobs that they weren't qualified to do. So you were kind of paying for them to learn how to do it. If you worked at like the Fleet or the Goodyears and the and Firestones, they were always trying to push upsells that I didn't think were right. Like brand new cars that were just off the dealership floor coming in for their first oil change. they try to get the mechanics to push upgrading the shocks and stuff like that, and it's like the car's brand new. Why am I gonna try to push these people on new shocks? So I felt that was a very dishonest practice. And then when you got to the dealership, you know, the service writers were always trying to milk money out of the customers for stuff that it was covered under book time. It's like, you know, yeah, I understand we're in Wisconsin and it's the Rust Belt, but I mean, we're working on new cars. You can't sit here and say that every single car needs extra hours because of rust. I mean, most of these cars really have it. So it was just the level of, I never really could find an honest shop. So I decided that I wanted to get out of being an auto mechanic, so I got into computers, you know, because I've always been a very tech-savvy person. And so I stayed in the computer industry for a little while until computers got really cheap. And then it was like, it wasn't cost effective. Yeah, we're in that low biddle rate, so you guys will have to tell me if the audio stays clear. Actually, I'll just wait till we're out of here to finish the story. We'll just drive through this. We'll see what the video looks like. Then I'll finish the story when I know the internet's good. Interesting. Hello. What? Yeah. I mean, you know I'm live streaming right now, right? Well, I've got like 22 people in here, so I mean, some people are listening. Al Munson stopped in for a minute, but then, you know, he didn't really troll, you know, just sat here and said everything was looking good, and, you know, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I gotta get a hotel room tonight and then drive up to Oshkosh. You mind if I just call you back later? Alright, I will call you back later. Oh yeah, no, I'm planning on being live pretty much every day from about 7:30ish, 8:30ish to probably about 4ish on average, sometimes later, sometimes earlier. All depends on how the setup goes, but yeah. You know, today's actually been pretty good. The stream's been pretty good. I'm going through a cell phone dead area for data, and so we're actually kind of testing to see how the bonding is going to hold up. Yesterday it was crashing my OBS on my computer, but we changed computers, so, you know, hopefully. All right. Well, we'll talk about that later tonight, okay? All right, bye. So that's a reminder. I have to get my trucker headset so when I get phone calls, I don't have to have the phone up to my ear. because technically that's illegal. I don't know if the audio is staying. I guess you guys tell me if the audio was staying during these little hiccups, because I can see that the video is hiccuping, but there's not much I can do about it. So I guess let me know how the sound's working. I can see we're still live, so we haven't crashed yet. Transponder's still working, so microphone's still going. Let's see if I can see that screen a little bit better. Yeah. So yeah, audio's still working. Just need to know if it's coming to you guys. So yeah, this is the test. Yes, audio stayed up.
Turn left onto Highway C.
So yeah, like I said, so oddly enough, that was actually Telescope calling me. He didn't realize I was live.
Fry says, yes,
You know,
the audio stayed up.
I mean,
Turn left onto
you know, even the troll's still get in contact with me. He wants me to help him find a laptop. He wants my recommendations for a good laptop. I don't know if he's going to go back to streaming or whatever.
turn left onto Liner Road.
Then he wanted to jabberjaw about some politics stuff. I guess I didn't catch the name, but somebody, I'm assuming a Republican, is going to be at whatever university he was at or he went to school for. So he's like, yeah, I got to sit here and I got to, you know, part ways with the college I went to or the university.
Red Boyle says, Telescope is calling you. Has he been day drinking? LOL.
No, he actually sounded sober. He literally calls me every once in a while. I'll honestly tell you, I probably hear from Telescope more than I hear from anybody else in the convoy. You know, oddly enough, you know, it's that mutual respect thing. Like I said, you know, and I'm all about building bridges. I mean, you know, yeah, I don't believe in his political beliefs. He doesn't believe in mine, but I mean, he knows at the core I'm a good person. So, you know, we can have meaningful conversations about stuff. You know, I do have to admit that I almost cut him loose. I really did not like the comments he was making about Charlie Kirk when he passed away, and it is what it is, you know. But, you know, I guess I just try to let things go and build bridges, and, you know, just because somebody is on the opposite side of the political fence as you doesn't mean you can't be civil. You know, it sucks because too many families are broken apart from political crap and all that stuff. So, still not 100% sure we're out of that dead zone yet. When we get to Highway XX, we turn off back towards the freeway, then I'll continue my story. Because if any of this gets chopped out, I don't really overly care. But yeah, so yeah, I lost my sister and brother-in-law and my nephew pretty much because of this political crap. Because they found out I voted for Trump, and that was enough. But it's not like she was. It was a weird situation. Her mother ran off with her when she was a kid, so I didn't meet her until I was in my mid-20s. So it's not like we grew up together and had this huge bond that just came apart. But I mean, I was down in St. Louis, Missouri, pretty regularly, spending time with her kid, and I felt like I became a meaningful part of her life, and all it took was the fact that I voted for Trump and let it be known that I did that, and she just disappeared.
Red Boyle says, It's important to be able to have discussion with people that think or see things differently. Cancel culture and echo chambers aren't helping anything.
Yeah. And like I said, that's why, Al Munson can come in here and Telescope and other people can come in here and they'll just say hi. They don't really, I don't expect that they're ever going to really troll this channel because there's just, whatever, they may give me a little shit. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't give them too much shit, so it is what it is. So, sound off. We got 18 people watching, so we lost 4.
At night that says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
So we got 18 people here. Why don't we get a sound off? Everybody hi in the chat. Make yourself known. Let's find out who's all just stalking the chat. Oh, 23. Okay. Yeah, my app on my phone says there's only 18, but
At Red Boyle says there's 23 watching.
yeah, it's crazy how that.
Making AA difference says, go the SHW mistake. Fry says, hi from Texas.
Yep. Let's find out who's all here. It's pretty exciting that Stream Elements told me we got 2 more subscribers.
At Red Boyle says, Alberta, Canada checking in.
Awesome.
At Making AA difference says, the governor's office.
The governor's office. Governor's office of where, though? He'll be back. Oh, we actually lost connection. Okay. That's surprising. How long would you say we disconnected for?
At Making AA difference says, governor's office at the Missouri State Capitol.
So we're definitely back here.
Connection.
Yeah. Well, we should be back by now. So how long were we disconnected for, and did it go to the be right back screen?
About 3 seconds on my end.
Oh, that's not bad. Oh yeah, there's the be right back screen. That's not bad. That's not bad at all.
Oil says, lost connection for about 30 to 60 seconds probably.
All right. So we are definitely testing the limits of the system.
It went to the water lake graphic.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm monitoring the stream, so I saw that.
Different says, we saw the ocean.
Not the ocean.
At JFL John Hill says, Eric, where are off to now?
We are going to go to my house in Sheboygan. We're going to pick up a couple things, and then we're trekking out to Oshkosh to get a hotel room.
At making AA difference says, 32nd L9SS of connection.
Yep. So, that is actually a video I shot of Lake Michigan. And because Lake Michigan is so big, it looks like the ocean. But it doesn't have the smell of the salt. But honestly, you're not the first one to mistake it for the ocean. And if the video would have played a little longer, you would have actually got to see the sunrise.
At making AA difference says, South Haven, Michigan?
No, Sheboygan, Wisconsin. About middle of the state, well, middle of the east coast of the state. So we're 40 miles north of Milwaukee, 40 miles south of Green Bay. And we're right on the lake front on Lake Michigan. So that's where my hometown's located, which is, you know, I'm not doxing myself because, well, everybody knows that's where I'm from. So. I will tell you, this new phone mount, it's got LEDs in it. I don't know if I like that. I might have to take it apart and pull the LEDs. I think that's kind of stupid. I'm not a big fan, especially on something like that. Because here you're going to have this rainbow effect, you know, through the windshield, you know, if somebody sees me coming.
At making AA difference says, they have an air show every summer.
Over in Oshkosh,
JFL
yep.
John Hill says, Lake Michigan is freshwater pretty clean, I heard.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Yeah, Oshkosh has got the EAA. I've been there. I haven't been there in a long time. I used to live in Oshkosh for a little while. I might, I don't know. I'm considering moving. You know, my work is towards Manitowoc, and we're doing a lot of work in Oshkosh, Appleton, you know, Green Bay area. And there's really nothing tying me to Sheboygan, so Sheboygan's kind of a town where it's not growing. You go to Oshkosh or you go to Appleton, and every major restaurant is represented. Sheboygan's just, you know, we got excited because we got we just got a Longhorn Steakhouse. But like when we finally get something, everybody gets really excited about it. Although I'll tell you, I've been to the Longhorn twice, and both times it was horrible. My steak was crap. And then I went back because, you know, some review had said that Longhorn Steakhouse made one of the best burgers. I tried that. It was raw. It was like, holy crap. I mean, I understand they've only been open for a couple of months, but within a couple of months, you'd think they would have ironed that crap out.
At the stop sign, use the left lane to take a slight left turn onto Madison.
Yeah, I wouldn't, I don't really go swimming in the lake. I mean,
U2X says, stream's looking good, looks like you got it figured out.
I think we did. Like I said, there's still times where if we've got no cell service, it's gonna do stupid shit. But I mean, that was probably one of the worst areas, and we only disconnected for about 30 seconds, and then everything came right back. So I think we're good. I think we finally, now it's make it better, you know, make some of the chat options work so you guys can sit here and play in the chat. You know, like with Magic 8 Ball and stuff. Which, did we ever figure out if Magic 8 Ball was working? The apostrophe 8 and then ball, and you can ask a question. I don't remember if that worked or not. Then we're gonna sit here and we're gonna check into like streaming to Kick and Twitch and Facebook. Now that we got this part all set up on YouTube, and then it's just a matter of refinement. We got to refine it a little bit. You know, do you guys like the picture-in-picture window? I can resize it. Does the window need to be a little smaller? You know, or do I need to make it a little bigger? You know, what things are going to make the stream where everybody wants to just come hang out and say hi?
At Stream Element says, at Fry TV, the 8 Ball says, doubtful XT.
Yeah. Yeah, you're supposed to sit here and ask it a question.
Fry
though.
says, yes, 8 Ball works.
Yeah. Yeah, we got to figure out what other stuff to add to the chat so you guys can have some fun. I know there's like gambling. I don't remember which bot it is for like the gambling options, so that you guys can gamble points and stuff like that. That's a good question. With all the people that are in here, what kind of chat games do you guys like from other streams that you'd like to see here, or different options that you guys would like? Weather. Yeah, that.
Cardivanza says, weather.
Yeah. So me and Fry will have to figure out how to get the weather.
Making a difference says, home of jockey.
Home of jockey. Okay. We'll definitely have to figure those out. We'll have to figure out how to add those to the bots. Maybe that'll be the project for this weekend. So do you guys like this picture-in-picture view where you can see me and the road? And then do you guys like the size of it and the placement? Because I figure, you know, for people on...
At JFL John Hill says, name that tune.
Name that tune? Yeah, but name that tune would only be if I was playing music. And I really can't. So I don't know how well what that would do.
At Alvarado 9337 says, Hola buenas tardes saludas. Brett Boyle says, yeah, the picture in picture is good. Good setup.
Yeah. That's good. Yeah, I mean, not to credit Telescope too much, but one thing he would always sit here and say is the chat wins. So, I mean, making the stream something that you guys like.
Says, yes, lock the screen.
Yeah. Making the stream something that you guys enjoy being here and have stuff to interact with and have it fun is definitely
Atlantai Alvarado 9337 says, Lindo Lugaraki.
yeah, somebody will have to translate that into English so we know what that means. I don't have my AI glasses on today, so I can't look at it and just say, hey, translate this to English. Oh, that's one of my coworkers, I think. Yep, it is. Wonder what he's doing in Sheboygan. In Sheboygan. Sheboygan, Wisconsin. So yeah, like I was saying, you know, that's one thing he's famous for saying, the chat wins. So doing things for you guys to make it more entertaining than just watching me is definitely a bonus. You know, gambling, whatever. Ooh, we're lugging it hard. Come on, baby. You can do it. Should have probably went down a gear. Chugga, 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 chugga. You can do it. Chugga, 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 chugga.
Atlantai Alvarado 9337 says, Se voy tranquilo el tráfico.
Yeah, I think that's the person that was here the other day that was in the chat, and they had posted something about WhatsApp or something. I don't know. Not sure. Not sure if we're going to talk about WhatsApp or trying to get people on WhatsApp. So, yeah, I don't know. Nice place.
Jono says, Eric Lindo Lugaraki means nice place there.
Gotcha. Thank you for the translation. Much appreciated. Yeah, there was a person that came in speaking Spanish once before, and I'm not sure if that, I don't remember if that's the same username, but they were like, well, I'm going to teach you Spanish or something, and I'm like, it's okay, but if you don't give me the English translation for what you're saying, it doesn't do me any good. Because just listen, I listen to Spanish all day. I work with Mexicans. I haven't learned a damn lick of Spanish from just listening to them speak it. If you don't know what the translation is, it doesn't really help. You know what I mean? I mean, I told the other person or the same person, you know, you're welcome in the channel. I don't know how much the chat's going to get out of it if you're speaking primarily Spanish, because this person would speak English too, but then they'd primarily speak in Spanish. I'm like, I don't know.
Atlantai Alvarado 9337 says, Saludos con mucho cariño desde Honduras.
Yeah, I don't know how much that actually helps the chat, because we're mostly an English speaking channel. So, and I know you're capable of speaking English, or at least translating into English. You know, I'm assuming you can understand English, because why would you be listening to me talk if you don't understand what I'm saying? Okay, so yeah, we were going to go back to my story. I forgot. So, like I said, I got into working on computers.
Alvarado 9337 says, Aquí son la 1:20 p.m. de la tarde.
Okay. Again, it doesn't do anything for me. So I got into computers, and I was a service technician for a while. Pretty much just on your home computers. That's what I specialized in. But when it got to the point that Walmart started selling computers for like $400, and you had to tell people that you know, the labor to replace their hard drive and stuff was like $2 something, you know, people would just be like, well, I'm not going to spend the money on this when I can just go get a brand new updated whatever computer. So, and I didn't have any certifications. I just knew what I knew, and I didn't really find a chance to get into IT without going through all the courses. And at that time of my life, again, I was still hand to mouth, so I couldn't really take the time off to pursue that. So then I was at a turning point again in my life where I was sitting here going, all right, well, what else do I like to do? I don't really want to go back to being an auto mechanic because the pay sucks. You know, I couldn't find it on shop, so on and so forth. The tech industry was kind of, you know, I just didn't think I could get into it. You know, I just, you know.
Adwindai Alvarado 9337 says, Bueno mi retiro un gusto haber estado un poco por aquí, que estés bien siempre. At JFL Johnil says, Eric, saludos con mucho cariño desde Honduras means greetings with much affection from Honduras.
Okay, cool beans, thank you. I would tell you, I think all the viewers would appreciate it if you spoke in English, because I know you can, or typed in English, but whatever. So yeah, I was at a turning point again in my life where I was like, okay, well, I need to figure out something that makes me some money. And so I was like, I went to the industrial parks where I knew there were some trucking companies. And I went to the door and I knocked on the door. I was looking for a place that wasn't Schneider, you know, that would train, you know, and take on a driver. And they all just told me, come on back when you got a license. And I'm like, okay, well then, I'm a problem solver. So for me, it's like, well then how do I get my license? Because I'm like, all right, I'll just go get my license. So I found out I could take the written test at DMV, and I could rent a truck from Milwaukee County, which ended up being a single axle dump truck with a 20-foot trailer and with an automatic. And even if it would have been a manual, it would have been like a normal car automatic or car manual. It wouldn't have been a manual like the non-synchronized transmission that's in this truck. And I passed the test, first try, flying colors. I had a license that I had my hazmat, my doubles, triples, my tanker endorsement. I mean, I could have gotten a job hauling nuclear waste down any main street road, and I couldn't have driven the truck to save my life because I didn't know how to shift a non-synchronized transmission. So I had a buddy that was driving for another company hauling what was called AgriLife. Basically, they would take the processed human sewage and they put it in a tanker, and they'd haul it out to the farm fields so that the farmers could pump it into the ground as fertilizer. And he taught me how to shift. When we were loaded empty, I would drive the truck empty, and then he would drive the truck loaded for a while, and then I drove it when it was loaded. And oh my God, that was a shocking difference between being empty. The surge of the stuff in the tank, man, that's crazy. You hit the brakes and that stuff literally jumps you 3 feet. So I went back to those companies and I sat here and said, hey, I got my license. And they're like, well, you have any experience? And I'm like, well, you didn't tell me. I figured you'd teach me, you know. You told me to go get my license. So I got my license. So I ended up kind of stalled there for a while. I couldn't do much with my CDL. So I found a landscaping company down in Franklin, Wisconsin that needed a maintenance technician, and I went working there fixing all their equipment and stuff. So I got back into auto mechanics again, and abroad I was working on skidsters, forklifts, trucks, semis, the whole 9 yards, and they couldn't keep a driver to save their life because they were just their paychecks were bouncing constantly, and people just wouldn't put up with it. Mine cleared a lot because I kind of figured out the system, and I'd call the bank and I'd say, hey, is there money in the account? And they're not supposed to tell me, but I was calling on a regular, and they just would tell me how much, if there was enough to cover the check. And I'd run in there and I just cashed the check and I was good. So yeah. Okay, here's home sweet home. Talk to my neighbor real quick, make sure it's okay that I block his driveway for a second. All right. I will be right back, guys. Turn TTS back on for you guys.
Admiral Repetitive Adventure says, "Can the green grass." At JFL Jono says, "The green grass at home." Admiral Adventure says, there is interference somewhere with the mic. It's super scratchy. At night it says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content, thank you. At JFL Jono says, Eric seems like a real stand-up guy. At Red Oil says, yay from his 140 has plugged in I think for charging plan. At JFL Jono says, so Brett, how have you been keeping? At JFL Jono says, hey, Eric isn't here, we can talk about him. At Red Oil says, much better dear fans. I have a new woman since last August I absolutely adore. We are very good for each other. Thanks for asking. How about yourself?
Got more water for tomorrow. Grab some real quick.
JFL John L says, Brett, that's great to hear. All the best to you both. I'm doing great here, Brett. Thanks for asking.
So we got the stuff. A little bit more water. Had a shipment of chains come in. Put you guys back in the microphone. Actually, I'm going to move up while I screw around with this stuff. Okay, let's get this new phone mount hooked up. So it's got fans and an active cooler on it. So I'm gonna have to put you guys down for a minute.
Brett Boyle says, yeah, we are pretty good for each other. Glad to hear things are well.
Yeah.
JFL John L says, damn, Eric is back. We can't talk about him now.
Yeah. I had 2 boxes of chains show up today. So, yeah. Alright, so we gotta take you off this mount for a minute. I'm just gonna place you guys right here. Sorry about the view, it is what it is. And I gotta get this new mount hooked up. Window, and let's see, this was set up. Something like that. A little bit more twist in it. Losing my mind. Losing my mind. Ah, shit. Don't go there. Put you guys back here. Oh. There we go. So, put you guys there maybe? Yeah. Let's go. Let's go right there. And then we can put this a little bit further in. Then this cord has to go someplace to get plugged in. More cords! More cords! How many more cords am I going to have?
JFL John L says, so that's what an odometer looks like up close.
Yeah. Okay. So you guys are now actively being cooled. You guys are chilling. So hopefully let's tighten up all these screws, make sure everything's tight. Okay, you guys are now actively being cooled. So we've got active cooling on the phone, which means I shouldn't have to run the AC anymore, and I should be able to get some heat and not freeze to death. Take off my trucker headset because I don't need it right now. Grab a water bottle. Yay! Oh yeah, I'm not seeing the fan spin. Why am I not seeing the fan spin? That's crazy. What device is this I just unplugged? I don't know. Turn off. There we go. Now we're actively cooling. So it looks like the port on this thing is bad. So what did I just unplug? I unplugged the AT&T phone. Okay. Yeah, this port on this charger thing is bad. Okay, that explains a little bit. That's okay. AT&T's got a full battery. I'll have to go find another charge dongle or something. But we have active cooling. You guys are chilling. You guys are chilling. Chilling like villains. Okay. Let's figure out where we're going.
At JFL John Ill says, looks great, camera perfectly aligned.
Yeah. Okay. Let's end this route. And now we'll head over to Oshkosh. Amarillo. I'll get a hotel in Oshkosh. Hour and 13 minutes. Ouch. Okay.
Head south on South 24th Street, then take the first left onto Georgia.
Here we go. And away we go.
At the stop sign, turn left onto Georgia Avenue, then turn left onto South 25th Street. Turn left onto South 23rd Street. At the next stop sign, turn left.
Hopefully I didn't need anything else. 'Cause that's what we got. I might have to adjust this mount a little, but it's good for now. I can see it's leaning a little funny.
At the stop sign, turn left onto Indiana Avenue.
Now I can turn the AC off. Hey!
At JFL John Ill says, woo woo never been to a Shamakash.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish there was going to be like more to do. I mean, it'd be kind of cool to go see like the EAA or something, but this is just traveling. Oshkosh has really boomed. I mean, from when I lived there, it was just a shit town. I would honestly say Sheboygan is about where Oshkosh was when I lived there back when I was 18. That's how little Sheboygan has boomed. Oshkosh is just, it's crazy. Oh, yep, the phone's getting cooler. Yeah, baby.
To South Taylor Drive.
It's not complaining about the temperature anymore. And the AC is off. It is working. You guys are chilling like villains.
In 1 mile, turn left to merge onto Highway 23.
At Red Boyle says, are you going to Oshkosh for work tomorrow or some female company?
I'm going to Oshkosh for work. That's why
At
I'm.
JFL John Ill says, I can feel a draft in here.
Oh yeah, the phone's nice and cold. It's happy as can be. No, I'm going to Oshkosh for work. We're going to be working in Amaro, which is just a suburb of Oshkosh. And the boss obviously wants to start really early. So I'm not sure what my start time is, but he wants me to just be there, and that way I can just roll out of bed, put my clothes on, and
At JFL
jump in the
John
truck.
Ill says, Eric, when is your next panel stream?
I don't know. I don't know when my next panel stream is. Technically, I could, depending on where I am, I can always turn this stream into a panel stream. I just didn't set it up on my computer at home, but I can do that remotely. I can fire up StreamYard and share it on this live and switch over and have StreamYard going in the background and stream it. I'm not sure what the delay will be like, but it really comes down to how good my internet connection is, because then I won't be going through all this bonded network stuff that keeps this stream stable. So
At Red Boyle says, that would make sense with the truck. Silly me.
yeah. So yeah.
Pass this line, and next one.
So I could change into a panel, but then I'm just going into the panel as just one internet connection. So I'd have to be someplace where I know the internet's going to stay up
Onto Highway 23.
to do that. And then again, driving that would be kind of distracting. Because I did find out that StreamYard came out with an Apple app to stream in, so you don't have to use the web interface to connect to StreamYard if you're on an Apple device. Another point for Apple there, Fry, seeing how you like your Android so much. You know, I haven't seen an Android app for that. So, getting back to my story, so I ended up working for the landscaping company. They couldn't keep a driver basically because of the fact that they were bouncing paychecks always, and people just got tired of it and would quit. I ended up, now with the little bit of experience that I had from shifting from my buddy, I ended up starting to drive their dump trucks. So I was putting in like 16-hour days. I was there during the day in case something broke, and then I ended up driving during the day, and then I'd have to be there half the fucking night to fix all the shit that they broke during the day because I wasn't there to fix it during the day. So there were times where guys were racing me to the bank because if I cashed a check, there were 3 people that weren't getting paid that day. So that was crazy. I was there for a while.
Fry says, iPhone is overpriced tech and it old tech at that.
Yeah. So that
JFL John Hill says, hey, leave Fry alone, Android is better, long live Android.
long live Android. I've got an Android. I've got it right here. This is an Android. I still use Android. Just there's cool stuff on Apple that's just not on Android, which is really surprising to me because Android being, I mean, me and Fry kind of talked about it, okay? Android being the more open platform where you can install APKs remotely, you know, you don't have to go through Play Store. Definitely makes it the better interface, I think. But where the problem, I think, comes in is that there's more devices, you know. So you build a program, when you build a program for Apple, you only have to make sure that the Apple devices work. And there's only a handful, you know, they're all pretty much the same. So I think it's a lot easier to code and write programs, because if it works on, you know, a handful of Apple devices, you're done. You know, where you build something for Android, and then because it's such an open platform, you can have instabilities and problems across all these different markets. So I don't know, I'm just thinking, you know, we were thinking that's why the app, like this mobile app, isn't available on Android. It's only available on Apple. The StreamYard app that allows you to do StreamYard is only on
Fry
Apple.
says, yes, it is at JFL Jono.
Yeah. So I feel like our delay went up. Like we're not at 7 seconds anymore. But it is what it is. So let's see where we're at. So we got 51 likes, and then yeah, I can't tell how many people are watching. My phone says there's 19. So, yeah, as I was saying before, so then I got into the dump truck industry. I ended up getting another job working for somebody else, driving dump truck, and been doing that ever since. I owned my own dump truck company for a little while. Unfortunately, the timing was bad. I was doing fine. I had a truck that was paid off. And the company I was leased onto was pressuring me to get a different truck because
Fry says, Apple iPhone are only 30% of the market and Android is 70%. Apple is a joke and the phones have no headphone jack. That a deal killer for a radio dude like me.
yeah. So, you know, I had a truck that was paid off, and unfortunately the leasing company that I was signed on with for work kept pressuring me to get a quad, and I had a triaxle. And I found a really good deal on a quad. It was broken, you know, so I had to put a lot of wrench time.
Red Boyle says, 24 watching.
Yeah, cool beans. So,
At JFL John Hill says, isn't Apple proprietary? You can only use their apps.
yep, that's the thing with Apple is it's a closed ecosystem, and that's where I think it's a little bit easier for coders because, again, you know, it's only a certain number of phones you gotta worry about. If there's a bug, it's a bug for everybody, and they can fix it right away. Where with Android, there's just so much. There's so many different programs or different phone variations.
At Red Boyle says, Apple is proprietary app. It's crazy.
Yeah. I don't know. I just, you know, like I said, Apple's has always been good to me. You know, I mean, I streamed in the Convoy with it. It worked well. I'm streaming with an Apple right now. It's working well. I tried that IRL Pro on the Android, and I've got the Samsung S23 Ultra, which is supposed to be the best phone for doing
Fry
it.
says, get that Red Boyle.
And I couldn't get a stream to work. It was, audio was all trashy, the video was crap. You know, I popped on this app on the Apple and it just worked. And that seems to be the difference to me, is that Android is a tinkerer's phone. You know, if you'll want to play with it, maybe things won't always work, you know, and you're willing to put up with the crap because it's the latest and greatest. Like they'll upgrade to the the newest Bluetooth, and then half the stuff you used to be able to connect to doesn't work anymore until you buy a new device that now has a newer style Bluetooth.
At Night that says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
So You know, and that's what it is. It's like, you know, Android's always on the bleeding edge, which causes more bugs, more problems, more headaches. And it's got a lot of features that are really cool, but as a daily driver phone that just gets the job done, for me, that's where Apple just kind of comes in. Is Apple just gets it done. It's just done. You know, I don't have the headaches. I don't have the problems. It just freaking works. You know? I mean, yeah, it's getting a little bit more pricey, you know, but all phones are. I mean, if you look at what a brand new Samsung costs, they're freaking expensive too. So, I don't know. I mean, I guess it all depends on what phone you get. I mean, they've got...
JFL Jono says, you need to sell your home and dog to get an Apple phone, and there is no way I'm selling my dog, LOL.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I bought this phone that we're streaming on is an iPhone 12, which unfortunately still has the Lightning connector, which is not the greatest thing. I wish it had USB-C. But I picked it up used for like $100. You know, my main driver phone is a 15 Pro Max, and I think I paid $1,000 for it. But I've also had it. I mean, we're now on the 17, so, and we're about to have the 18 in September.
Gary has IRL Pro and it works very good, and he has good audio. You just did not test and tune it like you did with your iPhone.
Yeah.
Red Boyle says, I use StreamYard a lot to stream, and they lean towards Chrome as a favored browser, which works well with them. Apple seems to have problems sometimes with StreamYard, and Android sucks on Restream.
Yeah. Well, with Apple, you got to use the Safari browser. You can't use Chrome for connecting to a StreamYard link. That's how Apple likes it. I don't know. It just is. It is what it is. You know, the big thing that moved me over to Apple was I got a car. I got a 2017 Mitsubishi Mirage, and it was one of the first cars that had Android Auto and Apple CarPlay. And I had an Android phone at the time, and the Android Auto was such trash. It didn't work very well. It was really designed to be around a voice commands where you had to tell it what to do. And I just like to point and click and just go where I want. They also had a feature where they had like a 3-touch limit. So you could open the app, you could hit like a genre of music, and you could scroll one page. And if the radio station you wanted to listen to wasn't there, you couldn't scroll to the next page or the next page until you found what you wanted. And they deemed it to be a safety issue or something.
Says, yes, Restream sucks on Android. Red Boyle.
Yeah.
JFL John Hill says, Eric, can you still get updates on that used iPhone?
Yeah, it's on the current operating system. So it's on iOS 26 whatever. So yeah, no, it gets the current updates. So yeah, no, like I said, so Android Auto was so busted. I was like, well, screw it. You know, I've been on Android for a while. What really annoyed me was there were features like Mirrorcast, which you could remote your screen to your TV. That on the newest Android, that didn't work. You know, and I was just done with all the bugs and stuff that just didn't work on these new Androids right out of the box. So I said, screw it, and I made the move over to Apple. And CarPlay was just such a superior interface in the car versus Android Auto.
I am not a fan of any tech or brand. I just know and go with what costs less and works better for most people.
Yeah. You know, so that's what kind of motivated me to switch over to Apple, was that it it just works. Like I said, you know, if a TV's got Apple, the Apple ability to stream, I can't remember what it's called right off the top of my head. Kind of like Miracast for Android, it just works. You know, if I hook it up to my car to the radio, it just works. Then on top of it, you know, everybody, especially everybody in my company, we all pretty much have Apples, so there's things like we can share each other's locations, things like that. That's very useful. You know, it just works better in our ecosystem. So, yeah. Talking about StreamYard and Restream, EV Mux seems to be a player in the market. I tried them when they first came out, and they're okay. They were okay. They allowed you to stream in 1080p without having on their free tier, which was nice. But the thing that really excites me about EV Mux is now that StreamYard's so damn expensive, you know, they're a little bit more reasonable. But they also have this feature which is called an RTMP ingest server, which means something like my OBS, I could connect OBS to it, or I could connect my drone, or like these new smart glasses I'm going to be getting, I can actually put a video and audio feed directly into a panel.
Apple AirPlay.
Yep, Apple AirPlay.
At JFL Jono says, Apple TV.
Yep. Yeah, no, it was Apple AirPlay is what I was thinking of. But, so with that RTMP ingest server, you know, it opens up a lot of video feeds I could put in to a panel or use that, you know, whatever, and I could have drone footage going, you know, and feed it right into it. Bad side is that you got to get up to their pro tier, which I believe is like $50 a month. So that's a downside, but I mean, it works, you know, it's...
Fry says, I have been using EV Mux and at the radio station for 3 years now.
Yeah. So, it sounds like it's going to come along, and it seems a lot. You can use it like you can use StreamYard. You can use it very basic. Multiple people come up. It automatically, you know, puts all the people in their own little squares. Or YouTube Police 29, I think is his channel. They run it. They run that EV Mux, and you can get into more of a OBS type interface where you can kind of position the window however the hell you want. You could stack people on top of people. You can, you know, which is really nice if you're a tinkerer and you like to really optimize how your channel or how your panel is. You know, I think the creativity of how it looks, you can do a lot more on EV Mux. So I might switch over to that at some point. I just have to justify. I can use StreamYard for free or Restream for free with doing what I want to do, because I can grab it as a source from OBS and not have to go live on the actual platform of theirs. So I can do a screen capture of the video and the audio, and then I just join the panel, somebody else joins the panel, and that video capture would just get restreamed from my OBS, and I don't have to pay shit for it. And I could just use it. Downside is anybody that's in the panel can't see the chat, which is it is what it is. EV Mux, the only way I could justify buying it is if I can justify the $50 a month for that RTMP ingest server. But you know, I got a lot of other things to worry about. You know, I got to get up to the point of being monetized, get YouTube to start kicking the bill, you know, or kicking in on the bill of my monthly expense. You know, like I said, you know, 3 to 4 cell phone connections, depending on how you look at it. The upgraded data plan that I don't really need it except for streaming on my main phone, you know, all that, you know, plus the $10 for Bella Box. So I mean, there's already a lot of monthly expense here that YouTube needs to start covering before I can sit here and think about expending more money per month than I already am just to keep this thing going and keep it stable and whatever, you know. Yeah, this is funny. We're 93% on T-Mobile again. That's weird. Usually T-Mobile sucks. So it's crazy right now that we're using most of our data is coming over T-Mobile. Because like in Sheboygan, T-Mobile is just trash. It isn't worth crap. So it's funny that the stream is favoring the T-Mobile connection. You know. Then hopefully if the channel starts getting big enough, we, you know.
JFL Jono says, just checked out Mux, even the free version has good features.
Yeah. Yeah, the free version's even got good features. You know. But for me to actually, when I can use the other platforms for free, and they're just what everybody's used to to StreamYard, it's just easier for me to just restream StreamYard, because that's the interface that everybody's used to. So to go to EV Mux, if I'm just on the free plan or not paying for it, I can't justify switching over. The only way I can justify it is if I go up to that Pro plan, because that unlocks some features I would use, you know. But, you know, if the channel gets big enough and we get monetized, YouTube starts picking up the bill a little, get a couple of super chats or donations come in to help pay for all this stuff, then we can look at doing more cool shit, expand, more cameras, more viewing angles, more, you know, more everything. You know, we got to get into the green, get out of the red, get into the green. We can make some more cool stuff work. Get another, grab one of my other phones and set it up on a tripod at the job site and just leave it there, so then we can sit here and we can sneak back, and you know, because I can control all that stuff through my OBS, be able to switch cameras and be able to you know, see what the guys are doing while I'm out going and getting asphalt. That'd be fun. You know, be able to spy cam on them. You know, that'd be kind of fun. So, yeah. The sky is the possibilities. The sky's the limits. I don't know. Not sure how that phrase goes again. Yeah, all these dump trucks that you see going by in the going the other way, they're all going.
JFL Jono says, Rome wasn't built in a day, Eric.
Yep. Definitely. All these dump trucks that you see going by the opposite direction, they're all working for that data center that's out in Port Washington that they're making. So that's where they're headed to. I actually have heat running. I'm not freezing my butt off anymore. Yeah, I worked over the winter. I was working for a landscaping company that just towards the end of the season they started running for that data center, and I will tell you, that place is huge. The amount of equipment.
Red Oil says, sky is the limit.
Yep. The amount of equipment that they had at that job site, I have never seen that much heavy machinery in one place at one time. I mean, it was just awe-inspiring to see that much equipment in one place. I wish I would have been able to stream it, but you know, I just wasn't. I don't know. I wasn't all set up to stream at that point. I mean, until today, I really wasn't up to. You know, I wasn't set up to stream. All my other streams were kind of garbage. I almost feel like deleting them, but I don't know if I want to, because then that'd take away probably from my watch hours. And I'm trying to get back to the point of being monetized. Otherwise, I'd just get rid of them, because they are garbage. I wouldn't know why anybody would want to watch that.
JFL Jono says, start a cooking channel, Cooking with Eric. Those channels bring in tons of subs and viewers.
Yeah. Well, I want to try to keep everything on the same channel. I mean, it'd be nice. My house is shit. We ended up buying the house. So here's the story. Me and my ex-wife, we bought this house with the idea of using it as a day center for her oldest daughter who is disabled. Because what's the point of her having a caregiver and her being there all the time? The whole idea of the caregiver was so that we get a break from having to deal with her. But if she's just sitting there in the living room and now you've got another person in your house all the time.
JFL Jono says, if you can't cook, pretend LOL.
Yeah. So we bought the house with the plan of having her go down there during the day so we could get a break, you know. And we picked it up as a foreclosure, and we were going to stick some money into it and make it better or whatever. But I literally picked this house up for, I'll have to double check, but it was cheap. I think it was like, I don't want to say a number, but it was cheap. It was, when I say cheap, for some reason I'm thinking it was $14,500 or $24,500, one of those two numbers. But either case, in a neighborhood where the houses are $100 some thousand, this was a very cheap house. And I mean, now put those numbers in your head. I mean, think of the condition it was in to get it at that price. The people that were in it, just every wall's cracked, the flooring is junk, the kitchen is half gutted. I mean, it's just, it looks like a construction site in progress. and I just haven't had the money or the time to really do much with it. And being a single guy, you know, it's functional. It has a roof over my head, it's got heat, it's got water, it's got air conditioning. You know, I can survive in it, and it's paid off, so it doesn't cost me anything per month to live there. So doing a cooking show in a kitchen that looks like a war zone is just not really, you know, probably going to go over too well. But no, I can cook. I actually like to cook. And I wouldn't mind. I think I did a cooking video once. I don't remember. I'd have to go back and look. I always thought about doing it. I was going to go out to the camper and just do a cooking show from my camper, because I mean that's a nice area. But my camper is not at my house; it's at a different location, so it makes it very inconvenient to sit here and host a cooking show from my camper all the time. And then on top of it, talking to Polish Agnes, you know, the cooking shows are fun, but, you know, it gets expensive, you know. Buying all the food and doing all that stuff is not, it's not a cheap show to produce, you know, because you gotta buy all the stuff, you know, that you normally might not make, you know. There are a lot of times I'm just going to sit here and I'm going to have a couple of hot dogs, you know, but then if I've got to sit here and I got to make a cooking show, then I've got to come up with something a little bit more exotic. And being that it's just me, I'd also have to figure out portions, you know, and I'm on a diet, so I'm trying not to eat too much. I got to watch my calories. Got to get back into my beachwear body. So it's definitely something I've thought about. I wouldn't mind doing it. I've got a few recipes I wouldn't mind sharing. You know, some stuff that I do that I don't know if anybody else does. Things I just kind of like, I experimented around and I went, hey, this is actually pretty good.
Red Boyle says, I'd offer to help, but I'm not allowed in your country, LOL.
I didn't know you weren't allowed.
Fry says, cooking shows are a ton of work.
Yeah. Well, Polish Agnes, she kind of benefited because I was in her StreamYard and I could sit here and she could just do her cooking show and I could sit here and switch all the cameras for her. So I was doing the broadcasting portion of making sure that there was always a good view of what was going on.
Fry says, I did live cooking streams years ago.
Yeah. I wonder why it says live instead of live. That's weird. So yeah. So like I said, she benefited from the fact that she had somebody that she could rely on to go into the back channel of StreamYard and function all the cameras and keep the content, you know, keep the content moving so that she didn't have to take away from cooking. She could literally just cook and she didn't have to worry about what the stream was doing, you know, other than like watching the chat. You know, I was always keeping the camera on something relevant.
Red Boyle says, criminal record.
Yeah. That sucks. I wonder if there's a way that you could, I know in the United States, to enter Canada, it's kind of the same problem. If you're a criminal, you can't go into Canada, but you can apply for some type of residency thing or something, permission basically. to get approved to go into Canada. So I'm not sure if the United States has something like that too. But Brett, don't feel bad. You're going to be you're going to be the 51st state in the United States anyways.
Plus now they're screening people for any anti-Israel talk, promotion, or pro-Palestine content or expressions.
Yeah. I mean, soon you're going to be absorbed into the United States as the 51st state anyways. So then it won't be a problem. You'll just be a U.S. citizen automatically. And you can come and go
it's
as you
wild,
want.
The censorship.
Yeah. So that'll solve all your problems. So you should be pro 51st state. I'm really surprised. Oh, here we go.
Red Boyle says, enough time has passed, I'm eligible to apply for a pardon, but with my social media being pro-Palestine and anti-Israel, I wouldn't be allowed either at this point. They're cracking down.
Yeah, but like I said,
The heck I am.
like I said, if you become the 51st state, then you just be an
My girl
automatic.
and I already talked, and if Alberta screws around, we are leaving.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be a weird dynamic. Here's a thought, just to sit here and see what would happen. So hypothetically, let's say Alberta becomes.
No thanks. With my criminal record, I wouldn't be allowed to even vote there. Plus, I like healthcare. Thanks, LOL.
Yeah. So let's ponder this once. One, you can vote, even if you have a criminal record. You just have to be. Depends on what state you're in. Usually your rights to vote come back.
In Canada, not only can I vote, I could actually form government regardless of criminal record.
Yeah. So, depending on your state, you get your rights back once you serve out your time, at least for voting and stuff. But let's ponder an idea here, just to play the mind game or whatever. How ironic would it be if you're in Alberta or in that province or that area or whatever, and you become the 51st state, and you become a U.S. citizen automatically because of that, and then because of your criminal record, you're not allowed to go to Canada from the United States, and then you'd have to sit here and, I don't know if you'd have to give up your Canadian citizenship, once you become integrated into the United States. How funny would that be if you became a U.S. citizen and now you can't go to what's left of Canada? That'd be hilarious. That's just my opinion. Oh, one other cool thing that getting back to the Apple and Android thing, is this TTS voice is actually free from Apple. So, Android, I've been paying a monthly service.
Hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
I would have had to pay for this voice, and like with TTS Monster, where we ran out of coins, I guess. You only get like 400 uses per month. I would have had to pay per month, where this, at least on the Apple, is a free voice, and I don't have to pay shit. I guess it's part of, I already paid for the phone, so I get it for free. Although they do have upgraded voices that I got to look up tonight to see if I can find a better one.
Red Boyle says, it's not happening. The girl and I already talked and we would be going somewhere else.
Yeah. That'd be funny though. I don't know. So here's a question, Brett. I've got a question for you. What do you think, what do you place the odds on, from what you're hearing, your opinion, that there, I guess is what do you think are the chances it's going to happen? Do you think there's a 20, 80, 40, 60, how likely do you think the odds are that it's actually going to happen?
Fry says, Android has tons of free TTS voices, whatever.
Yeah. There we go again with the, we're back on Android versus Apple. But you guys are enjoying the stream on an Apple. I mean, So, I mean, there is that. Wow, that's really crazy. We have really bad connection. We're having a really bad connection in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. You would think that would just run. Talking about? Oh, we were talking about Brett becoming a U.S. citizen. Talking about Android and Apple. Oh boy. Oh. Taco John's. Looks dead. I've never eaten at a Taco John's. Do I risk it? I do need to. Well, I'll get some food in Oshkosh once I get there and I end the stream. I'll just run over and grab something to eat. I don't think you guys want to watch me eat.
Brett Boyle says, maybe about 30% or so of people wanting to separate. Maybe. Silent majority is hard to judge sometimes, but even the separatists are divided, as some want to be own country, not part of U.S.
Oh, really?
MFU says, you keep popping up on my YouTube. Hope you have a nice drive.
Well, thank you. Welcome to the channel in the chat. I'm glad YouTube is pushing me out there. That's always nice. It's always good to hear that I'm popping up on people's channels.
Fry says, welcome in at MF2.
Yeah, we used to do some streaming back in 2022. Then we kind of got away from it for a while, and today's been really the first day that we've had a really good stream. We've kind of worked out a lot of the bugs, and we got TTS working, and yeah, things are looking up. So every day the stream should be getting better. We're going to do some new exciting things. I've got some glasses that I'll be able to live stream from, so you guys will be able to get a POV view of what I'm doing right directly from my glasses. We're looking into getting cameras to put on the truck so that when I'm backing up, you guys can see what's going on behind me, because this is a dump truck. So we're working on job sites a lot, and unfortunately a lot of the action is always behind me. So we're looking at getting a camera to put on the back of the truck so you can see a little bit more of what's going on instead of just looking through the windshield. So yeah, you know, we're just working the bugs out. But today's been a very good day. We've done great. Stream's been really good. So is there any topic that you would you'd like to talk about there, Andrew? Yeah, we're pretty open to talking about almost anything. Start a conversation.
Use the right lane to merge onto I-41 north toward Green Bay.
At some point, we'll probably do some open panels once we get that all figured out. Be able to have people come up on panel.
In about 19 miles, take exit 119 onto Off-Road Road and Highway 21.
Okay, 19 miles till we get to Amaro, which will be basically the south end of Oshkosh. Then at that point, I'll probably pull over, try to find a hotel room. Ugh. My throat is very dry from all this talking. I forgot how much live streaming does a number on your voice and your throat.
Adrep Oil says, tiling bathroom. Still listening though.
That's okay. Yeah, this has definitely been one of the higher engagement streams. You know, I guess not having a crash all the time helps. You know, because I know the last couple of days have been rough. So anybody that toughed it out those last couple of days, I definitely appreciate you. You know, you're the true people. Because that was a pain. That was painful. I am so happy that this phone cooler is working awesome. I got the heat going. The phone's nice and cold. It's happy. Stream's doing great. This is how it is supposed to be to stream. Mindless. Don't have to think about Wi-Fi connections. Don't have to worry about the stream. It just runs. This is awesome. Very minimal dropouts. I mean, I think we had one disconnection all day, and the stream didn't actually break, just my connection to it. So, very, very good. I am extremely happy.
Fry says, LOL, yes, it helps to have the stream stay up.
Yep. all this magic is because I figured out that my broken laptop with a broken display would let me actually connect to it with a USB-C to HDMI adapter and get into the BIOS. Otherwise, I'm not sure what computer I would have used. I would have figured out something. I would have gotten something working, but it's definitely nice I was able to just throw that together, last night. Get us all switched over to a better computer. And it keeps the computer from being e-waste. Because otherwise it was garbage. The computer was garbage, it wasn't worth crap. I would have been better off parting it out. So here we are sitting here and taking something that was potentially one person's trash and turning it into a piece of gold. Yeah, so now we're straddling between AT&T and T-Mobile, between the two data plans, and Verizon is not carrying any of the weight. So it's definitely good that we've got 3 different cell plans going here. At this point, I'm almost confident enough to say that this could probably go ocean to ocean and be stable, especially with the previous experience that I had with the Convoy. It makes me feel pretty confident that we could keep a stream going pretty reliably all the way across the country. We got a little bit of drizzle coming. Hopefully it doesn't turn into a downpour. Now we just got to get less lurkers and more chatters. More people talking in the chat. That would make the stream perfect. Because it's a lot easier for me to play off the chat and to keep the conversation going. It's definitely harder to create topics and create conversation points out of thin air.
At David Harvey U5 says, hello.
Hello David, how you doing?
At Sweets Things says, I'm listening, enjoying the TTS, cooking Spanish rice with red and green bell peppers, and onions and kielbasa.
Well, that's cool.
At TerraClock 8589 says, I'm sorry, wish I could chat more, I'm always working.
Yeah, no, I get it, Tara.
At David Harvey U5 says, good.
Yeah. Oh. No, it's nice. It's nice to know who's lurking. So we got Kimberly Sweets that's lurking and listening while she's cooking. And we got Tara, who's a chef, running her own catering business.
Says, I wished YouTube was a game. At TerraClock 8589 says, I'm making cardinal vanilla cupcakes. brownie bites and all the things.
That's cool.
At Sweets Thing says, HIYA Tara. Now Tara can cook.
Yeah. Yeah, she's a pretty good cook.
At David Harvey U5 says, wished you 2 day off.
Yeah, now me and Fry got to figure out how to make the chat a little bit more interesting with some of the interactive stuff, so that you guys can play in the chat. Although I've also got to figure out how to like block Nightbot and stream elements, so I don't have to listen to it come through the TTS. That way it can just be your guys' environment.
U5 says, wished YouTube was a game.
Yeah. Do you want to elaborate on that? What do you mean YouTube as a game? I guess I don't understand what you mean by that.
At Terracluck 8589 says, hi Kimberly. David Harvey U5 says, yes like PS5.
Okay.
At 23 Skidoo says, don't agree games and bot point stuff clutter the chat.
Yeah, but it also helps, it helps the channel quite a bit, because the more engagement you get.
At David Harvey U5 says, like PS5.
Yeah. The more engagement that you have it from the chat pushes the algorithm to get the channel to grow. So even if people are just playing the games in the chat.
At Kevin Hobbs Q5M says, what do you transport?
I work for an asphalt company there, Kevin, and welcome to the channel and welcome to the chat. So right now I've got all of our asphalt equipment on a 45-foot trailer behind a triaxle dump truck, and we're just heading out to Oshkosh for prep for tomorrow. Cumberland Trail, Justin, Megan, 6-year-old male, white, 4 feet tall, 60 pounds, with hazel eyes, brown hair, unknown clothing description, that's weird. Maybe in the company of John Milligan, white male, 5'11", 175 pounds. So we had an Amber Alert come over the phone. Interesting. So yeah, normally I transport asphalt and the equipment basically. So we're a paving company. But we're pretty much at the end of my day. So like I said, we're just I'm bringing the equipment to Oshkosh because we're going to be working in Amaro tomorrow, and that's all. Those cities are in Wisconsin, and I'm going to be crashing in a hotel room so I can get up super early. So keep an eye out for the notification of when we're going to go live tomorrow, and yeah, then we'll start the stream tomorrow morning. I got a feeling it's going to be an early one.
Says, working around looking for sweets. Nice to finally meet you, Eric.
Yeah. Who was that? Citizens. Yeah. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat. Yeah, Sweets is she's one of the regulars in my channel. So pretty much if you want to find her, you know, she's always here.
At JFL John Ill says, at Sweets thanks by the way, thanks very much for the gift membership, much appreciated.
Gift member? Oh, on Sweets. That makes sense. I'm like, wait a minute, I'm not monetized. Where are you getting a gift membership? I forgot. I keep forgetting that
At
Sweets.
Citizen Dev says, Academics.
Yeah. I keep forgetting that Sweets streaming of her bird feeders and stuff, which she's gonna put in her link right now. I already know because we're talking about it. She's actually up to enough viewers and watch hours that she's monetized. So yeah, she's got subscriptions and all that fun stuff. So yeah, if you like to listen to wind chimes and watch bird feeders and a view of a private lake, definitely when she drops the link, go ahead and sub up and check her out. It runs 24/7, pretty much. I think she's got a daytime and a nighttime stream. So, yep. All this damn water I'm drinking to keep my throat from being dry is making me gotta go pee. I gotta pee. Okay. So I've had pretty good luck with a hotel that's over here. I think that's where I'm going to get off. Yeah.
In 2 miles, take exit 119 onto Oakland.
So, yeah, we're going to get off the freeway here. I'm going to go find a parking lot. Then I'm going to book my hotel room. We're 11 minutes away from the job. So this would probably be a good area to do this.
At Citizen Dev says, nighttime stream right now only if there's active wind for the chimes.
Yeah, okay. Or if there's a storm.
Left 2 lanes to keep left onto 9th Avenue. At the roundabout, take the 2nd exit.
Sweets. At JFL John Ill says, I put it on at night and listen to the birds and chimes, makes me fall asleep.
Yeah. Yeah, I've done some sunrise videos and stuff, and I really wish I had a way that I could put a camera out where I do that, because it'd be a lot more convenient. And I would run a 24-hour listen to the waves on Lake Michigan and watch the sunrise and stuff. That'd be great. And yes, that person that's messaging me in the background, I'm seeing them pop up, and I will look at them once I get to where I can. I'm not really being able to read them.
Says, at Citizen Devs, hey woman, at JFL John Ill, you are welcome for membership to Feather Dreams.
I gotta pee. Max. Climate something. I think we're gonna pull into Best Buy's parking lot. I think that'll be a good one. IHOP. Chili's. Chili's might be a good place to get dinner. I don't know. Usually I like to go to Red Robin when I'm in Oshkosh. Well, this is an interesting car.
Proceed to the route.
What the hell's up with this? Somebody's camping in that thing. It's a homemade camper with a solar cell and a truck topper on top of the box. That's pretty crazy. That's a pretty crazy setup they got over there. Ooh, Five Guys. Oh yeah. I found my dinner for tonight. I'm gonna go into Five Guys. I didn't even realize that was here. So that's the winner. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. And I got nice parking for this big ass truck and trailer.
Turn right onto South Boulder
This is perfect. Perfect. I couldn't ask for a better setup. Okay. Wow. So this was a long day. How long have we been streaming? I just wonder. I can't tell.
At Sweets Thing says, Yum, haven't had Five Guys in a long time.
Let's see. It was. I think it was. I think this was the command to see the thing. Let's see. Let's see if that works.
At Cardibonza says,
17
7:45.
17 hours and
At
6
Stream
minutes.
Element
16
says,
minutes.
at Mechanic Eric America. Mechanic Eric America has been streaming for 17 hours 16 minutes.
Really? Has it been that long? It doesn't feel like it's been that long.
Fry says, hey at Cardibonza.
That's crazy. Alright, well, I'm going to go inside and use the restroom and probably get some food. I'm not 100% sure if you guys just want me to run the stream for a little bit so you can keep chatting. I'm going to go and grab some food and whatnot. At some point, I've got to end this show. So it's up to you guys if you want to just leave the stream up for a little while so you can chat because you guys have been talking again.
Fry says, over 7 hours.
Yeah, I don't know why it says 17 hours and 16 minutes when I did uptime. That's weird. So that's obviously not very
At
accurate.
Oil says, stream is 7 hours 45 minutes long so far.
Gotcha. So it's up to you guys. You want the stream to stay up for a little bit? You guys can chat a little bit longer. I mean, it helps with my watch hours. You guys can watch traffic, whatever.
At Sweets Thing says, we will see YA tomorrow. I gotta go cook.
Yeah.
At Stream Element says, at Fry TV, Mechanic Eric America has been streaming for 17 hours 18 minutes.
Yeah, that's obviously not accurate. So I guess I'm just waiting to hear from you guys because I gotta pee. I got to go. It's whether I leave the stream up or put it down. I'm gonna go pee. I'll wait for you. I'll watch on my phone and see what you guys decide, and I'll come turn the stream off if I have to. Oh.
thank you.
Ha! Can't hear the TTS if I take the microphone with me. Ha! There we
At
go.
JFL Jono says, Eric, have a good supper and sleep good night, everyone.
Yeah.
Take care. Fry says, call is a day. Less is more. Fry says, cool, he is gone now. I can say bullshit. Eric says, oh wow, the audio is really scratchy. At JFL Jono says, Eric, don't forget to wash your hands. Fry says, LOL. At Partibonza says, LOL. Eric says, I'm not gonna forget. At Sunhoney Studio says, quick someone drain out the blinker fluid. Fry says, LOL at Sunhoney Studio. Eric says, I'm gonna walk out to the truck real quick and disconnect the receiver from the battery bank and see if that makes that noise go away, cause that's bad. Has it been scratchy like that?
Okay, so now we're disconnected from the yeah, that's what it was. That's part of it. So now we're disconnected from the yeah, that's what it was. Interesting. Okay, that's crazy. That is crazy. Yeah, I'm really
At
surprised.
Tim 8441 says, there is better.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
At Sunpony Studio says, it almost sounds like interference from an unshielded cable.
Yeah. Which is weird because putting the battery bank on the phone to charge the phone cleared the one noise I had, and I didn't have.
At Sweets Thing says, the scratchy stuff. I told you about it as soon as it started at Mechanic Eric America.
Yeah, but.
Fry says, it's a ground loop.
Yeah, well, you got to send me that link. But the phone is still plugged into the battery bank. And we don't have that sound. And that was the initial scratchiness. And then I plugged in the receiver because the receiver for the wireless mic was dying. And then we had this noise come back. I didn't realize it was that bad. I apologize. Not much I could have done about it because, without the receiver having power, we would have had no audio. But yeah, I'll tinker around. I'll do a live later tonight on my own, just a private live, and I'll futz around with listening to it and plugging in. I got a Best Buy right behind me, so I'm going to pick up a different phone charger for the cigarette lighter because that one port isn't working for one of my devices to charge. So I need one anyways. And I'll play around with some cables and I'll see what I can do to get that audio to be better for tomorrow. So it is what it is. And, it is what it is. So there we go.
Fry says, it's just a ground loop. You can get a 4-pack on Amazon for about $14.
Yeah, in a couple of days. I can't get it now. But, yeah, just send me that link. You got my number.
At Sweets Thing says, today was a good day.
Today was a good day. It was a good day of streaming. Some minor technical things, very minor. Overall, today was a very good day. So I'm very happy about it. Very optimistic that we're going to be able to have some good live streams from here on, going on, and I'm pretty happy about it. Definitely happy about it. So I don't know. We got 21 people watching still. I don't know. How many likes did we get? How many likes? How many people hit that button to like my video?
Fry says, it happens all the time with charging phones with audio.
60 people. 60 people. 60 people came in and liked it. That's awesome. So anybody that's watching, don't forget to hit that like, share, and subscribe on your way out. So we're gonna end this stream real quick. I'm gonna go get some food. I'm gonna go to Best Buy. I'm gonna do some testing, and we're going to get this thing perfect. I mean, as perfect as you can, being IRL on 3 cell connections and all the crazy crap that's going on. So, all right, guys, you have a great night. And I don't have the exit video, so we can't really
At Tim
do that.
8441 says, good luck and be safe.
Thank you very much. Alright, I'm going to start shutting this down. Starting with the microphone.
Have a great dinner at Mechanic Eric America CYA all tomorrow. Much LUVZ and many blessings. Fry says, 263 says, create. Says, choose